don't see Aiden yet, but hopefully he'll be on in just 1 minute. Hi.
I got to check whether he's in office.
Okay.
Oh, he'll go. He's here.
There he is. Okay, great. Right. I see that it's 5 o'clock and 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. We appear to have a quorum. So I'll call the July 31st, 2024 Transportation Commission meeting to order. Ariana, if you could read the instructions, please.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ariana. Aiden, if you call a roll, please.
Sure thing. Juliana Bennett.
Here.
MGR Govindarajan. Here. Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Barbara Harrington McKinney. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Denise Jess.
I'm here.
Pepe Barros.
Here.
Aaron Wozniewski is excused. Chris McCahill.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
And Harold Cleans.
He's excused because he's traveling. You may have noticed that Nikki Vandermeulen's name was not called in the roll, and I just wanted to let you all know that she has chosen to step back from TC. So we currently have one vacancy. So did everybody have an opportunity to take a look at the minutes? Bill?
I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, there's a motion. Robbie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Alder Martinez Rutherford?
I would like to abstain.
Okay. So we have one abstention, but the motion is carried. Right. We got a lot of feedback on from people on everything in this meeting, but I don't believe I saw anything on number 1. Do we have anybody registered to speak or registered on item 1?
We do not.
Okay. How about disclosures or recusals this evening? Robbie?
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that Madison Bikes is in no way benefiting from anything on the agenda, nor has the organization taken any position on any of the items on the agenda. And after consulting with the city attorney, even if we had, he felt that I did not need to recuse myself. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, so just a disclosure for us. Okay, thanks, Robbie. Anybody have anything else? Okay. We have one item on the consent agenda. Do we have anybody registered to speak on item 2?
A person registered as available for questions, but not wishing to speak.
Okay, Bill? Bill, you had your hand up, did you?
Oops, I want to make a motion for approval of the item.
Okay, it's item 2, Legislature 84373, and there's a motion from Bill to approve. Robbie?
Second,
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Bill? No?
No, it seems pretty, does not actually affect the city at all. It's just, it's for other municipalities around Madison as far as the MPO. So
Right,
asking for more money.
okay. Robbie?
on that note, can I just ask, why is this coming before us if the city of Madison is not participating in the grant? I'm just curious.
Yang or Renee, I think we're an agent. The city is an agent for the MPO. Is that correct, Yang?
That is correct. Yeah. So the MPO is technically housed under City of Madison structure, and they don't have their own what's called a unique identification number for federal grant applications. So they have to go through the city for that. So that's a great question.
Thanks. I had a feeling it had something to do with that, but I was just curious. Thank you.
One of those technicalities. Any other discussions? There's somebody in, is this a staff person in Alexandra Andros?
That is the person that registered as available for questions. I think they
Okay.
might be
If she's a
representing-
staff person, do you want to move her into the
That'd be good. Yeah.
participants,
Okay,
into the
staff.
panelists, please?
Yeah, Alex is the director of the MPO.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I'm not up on everybody in the city. Okay. So it was on the consent agenda. It sounds like we're sort of taking it off the consent agenda and discussing it. Alexandra, did you have something else to add?
Well, I don't have anything to add, but I think the very basic thing that Yang described is the truth to answer that question. But this is sort of a unique grant for the MPO because it's discretionary. This is additional federal funding that the MPO is eligible to receive. And we are setting it up in which the city is the applicant receiving the money and re-granting it out to the communities that are participating. And only those communities need to contribute matching funds for this grant. So it's kind of unique.
It is. Yes, there were some questions about that. Okay, we have a motion from Bill and a second by Robbie. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Okay, seeing no hands. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we are going to move on to items 3 and 4. And as noticed on the agenda, items 3 and 4 are related and will be considered as one agenda item. So we'll need one motion, etc. And just a reminder that we have a public hearing on item 5 that was noticed to begin at 6 o'clock. So if we don't happen to be finished with the Northeast Area Plan discussion by 6 o'clock, I'll ask to postpone items 3 and 4 until after item 5 is completed, and then we'll come back to items 3 and 4. So Dan, Angela, who's going to handle the presentation? So we'll have a presentation first, and then before we have questions and discussions, we'll hear from anyone who, do we have anybody registered to speak for 3 and 4?
No, Dan registered, but he's staff, so.
He's staff? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Last
Okay,
week.
all right, since we don't have anybody registered, once we get through with the presentation, we can go right to questions and discussion. So go ahead, Dan.
All right, thank you. Again, my name is Dan McAuliffe with the City of Madison's Planning Division. Here to discuss the Northeast Area Plan. Can everybody see my screen correctly? And
Yes.
always like to check that you're seeing the actual presentation and not the presenter view, because that happens. Want to talk briefly about the Northeast Area Plan tonight. It's my hope that it doesn't go past 6, but that is entirely it, depending upon how much you'd like to discuss the plan. So just a little bit, run through a little bit of background, our planning process, highlight some of the public feedback we've heard, and then the Northeast Area Plan recommendations, as well as our next steps. So the Northeast Area Plan, this should not be new. We met back in January to discuss this. Is largely bound by the interstate, Highway 30, and the Packers Avenue and the Canadian Pacific Rail Corridor. It's about 7,000 acres, has just under 15,000 residents, approximately 20,000 jobs. It's one of the more diverse areas of the city, and also one of the newer areas in terms of relative construction. As I mentioned, this process has been going on since January of last year. We kicked off our meeting in early January. We've had a lot of outreach. Approximately December, we unveiled our draft recommendation framework. We then came to the TC with that framework with the major transportation recommendations. Since then, we've refined those, published a public review draft in May, and then packaged that up for the document that's in your packet. We did a lot of various types of outreach, from in-person community meetings. We had large public open houses with multi-agencies. We've done some outdoor events, less typical public meeting, more actually, I think, conversational interaction, where we can talk to residents or participants individually, answer their questions, rather than having a presentation followed by a question and answer session. We also use community navigators to help us reach underrepresented populations and really spread the word about the planning process. General themes, what we heard, residents really like the area for its parks and access to open spaces. There's a lot of excitement about BRT and the potential for redevelopment of Washington Avenue. I think a lot of the residents see all the improvements that are happening, the new housing, the new businesses that are being supported by that new housing in some of the areas further down on East Washington, and they're waiting for that. They definitely see some opportunities for safety improvements, particularly in pedestrian crossings. Highway 51 is a prime example, but East Washington as well. And there was a lot of comments about the fragmented bike network and how a lot of times you might have a comfortable path for one stretch and then a typical on-street lane to get across to another on-street path, then a challenging crossing of the busy arterial. Housing affordability and homelessness are major issues that were cited, as well as some safety, some lighting, and some maintenance. One thing that the area planning process will do is they will archive the underlying past plans. So as part of this planning study, we reviewed the past plans, including the newly adopted Hawthorne Truax Neighborhood Plan, the Greater Easttown Area Plan, as well as the more recent the Hanson Road Neighborhood Development Plan, as well as the other underlying plans. We've evaluated those recommendations, incorporated the most appropriate ones in here. Many of them were obsolete or contrary to city policies and left out. The format, in many ways, follows our comprehensive plan format, where we have the 8 elements, or the 7 elements. So land use, transportation, green, resilient neighborhood housing, et cetera. We also have our community action strategy. That is a kind of rebranded version of what we used to call our community development block grant plans, where we had some federal funding that we had to give towards community-driven capital improvements in the area. It also included a higher level of outreach and engagement to the areas. The chapter comments, or the chapter contents, are really organized by what we heard. So in each chapter, there will be a call-out box with those primary messages that we heard from the public, with organized by actions. Those are things that are within the city's control or led by the cities. We also identified partnerships. So those are things that we heard, we believe they're important for the neighborhood, but they aren't necessarily a city action. So for example, if a neighborhood said, we would really like to see a healthcare center, right? That's not something the city can do. We want to acknowledge that. We also know that many other users see these plans. And so we wanted to find a way that we could acknowledge that, put it in the plan as something that is important to the neighborhood, but also say, we are not responsible for that, for delivering that element. So the land use plan largely follows a lot of our comprehensive plan concepts of encouraging higher intensity uses towards our BRT network and other transit supportive areas. It also increases the amount of missing middle housing opportunities and takes advantage of some of the other open space or other undeveloped areas to support our growing population. There are a couple small changes that have occurred since we were at TC last. First, in the Zaire and the East Springs area, that changed from a community mixed use to a regional mixed use and a low medium residential to a medium residential. So essentially upping the allowable density by several floors per building. So that was in response to just our housing demand and just the opportunities and proximity to BRT. There was another small change on East Washington, changing from community mixed use to regional mixed use. So that's essentially upping the allowable intensity of future structures from 6 stories to, in this case, up to the airport height limit of 10. And we also reevaluated the parcels on Lean Road. The previously, so I will jump down here if you can see my cursor. This area is the target parcel. In the Greater Easttown plan, they had identified that as entirely mixed use. As we kind of looked at it, given its detached nature, we thought the depth of that parcel, that as you move away from the corridor and move away from transit, was less appropriate for residential. But we changed that to general commercial. At the flip side, at the intersection of Thompson and Lean, that was shown as commercial. We said this is really in proximity to a lot of residential, to a lot of new park spaces. This doesn't seem inappropriate to allow residential. I just want to go through some of the highlights of our transportation recommendations. This is not necessarily new, but we have a couple planned street networks. And connections, the most significant, the new from this plan is the extension of New Coosa Trail. This was discussed here in January, really kind of trying to create a front door and a better link of the neighborhood and a better presence for Sycamore Park. So much of the right of way is already there. So the extension would be from Ziegler Road to Jana Lane as the opportunities present itself. It also incorporates a couple of the other networks from the Hawthorne Truax as well as Greater Easttown plans for those other areas. Along with new connections, we looked at where we had streets or right of way that was no longer necessary. Probably the biggest opportunity we see is the frontage roads on East Washington. As those properties redevelop, we think we can create a better urban form, more akin to East Washington, more in the Isthmus, and trying to change the character from a highway character to a city arterial that still carries volume of traffic safely, but does so in a way that supports quality economic and neighborhood development along its length and create great places as well. We are not recommending vacating Commercial Avenue, but we do want to take advantage of some of the excess right of way there. That is the original alignment of Highway 30. There is 250 feet of right of way that is really sitting unused. And so that's one of our targets, is how we can shrink that right of way and transition that to more appropriate uses. Along with that, this is actually new. So we took a look based off guidance from the Plan Commission about trying to be a little more aggressive with official mapping in the Easttown area. So there was a kind of different approach following the adoption of the Odana area plan and the Greater Easttown area plan. Odana was a little bit more aggressive, trying to really kind of foster officially map some streets. For whatever reason, Easttown was not. And so the direction we received is to evaluate the potential future streets and recommend which ones might make sense to officially map in the future to bring better alignment between what is officially mapped at Westtown and Easttown as these areas potentially see redevelopment investment in the future. With our bike network, as I mentioned, one of the biggest things we heard is the fragmented nature of that plan. Portage Road was one of those, particularly that was cited. Like many streets in the area, these are pretty far away from reconstruction. So one of the concepts we evaluated is that's discussed in the document and still as a concept is potentially a cycle track where we shift some of the bike facilities from on street in each direction with a lane of parking, 2 lanes of parking, to one side to create a more comfortable cycle track facility. This seems to be working pretty well in the downtown area, which is relatively new. And again, that's not something that's imminently planned, but something that we could see in the future. Along also with the bike network, there was one change from when we visited in January. So what we show and actually introduced as well. So on the left is what was introduced, and on the right is the revised recommendation, which we are encouraging the Transportation Commission to approve or recommend approval of. The biggest difference is the incorporation of an off-street path on the east side of Highway 51 between East Washington and Highway 30. This is in response to the Highway 51 studies, bike and pedestrian facilities coming more into focus very recently. We support this path, and along with this path, this really does a great job of linking some of those neighborhood locations to, for example, the Walmart, which serves a major function for neighborhood groceries and goods. Also, with this path, as shown in our plan, there is an importance of a grade-separated crossing just south of Highway 30, which links this path with the High Stand path with the Marshview path as well, and the Arbor Hills path, I believe. All those paths kind of come together, and that creates a comfortable and safe crossing that is technically just outside the Northeast Area Plan area, but it is so intertwined with these plan recommendations, and there is some recommended language in the memo as well. With our pedestrian network, we did map the gaps. As you are probably aware, a lot of this area was originally developed outside the city and then was attached in the later years. Along when that frequently happens, we have gaps in the streets and sidewalk, or gaps in the sidewalk and curb and gutter networks. That was a major focus of encouraging sidewalks. We heard from residents in Hawthorne-Truax neighborhood plan, and we've incorporated that here. We've also identified some priority sidewalk additions where we saw pressing needs where there's not currently sidewalks, where these might be appropriate for applying for grants or as those opportunities really identify themselves. We do have some discussion about the Highway 51 study, which really kind of discusses kind of some thoughts that we have and generally the kind of city's perspective on some of these. So with Highway 51, there's a couple alternatives that were still being considered for East Washington. They both have pluses and minuses. We know there's different perspectives. So our biggest focus on that was really opposing the closure of MacArthur and Roland Avenues, which are just to the northwest and southeast corner of that intersection. Those are critical neighborhood street connections. At Lexington, we are recommending the three-legged intersection, as we think that works better for that is the grade separated crossing that works better from connecting the Hawthorne-Truax area without crossing Highway 50. It's a grade separated crossing. It also could work better with a potential future passenger rail line. And at Highway 30, we did recommend the conventional intersection. With the interstate study, there is a little bit of narrative there. It expresses the city's concern about generally expanding the corridor as well, and discussions about the various interchange. I think there's we do discuss the positives of the East Washington interchange, how it removes free flow ramps that really encourage highway speeds in that area. It does discuss a little bit about the Hepker Road interchange, and it does discuss the prioritized interstate crossings. So the rail line by Lean, the East Washington Avenue, and at Hayes Roads to East Park. As I mentioned, the plan does include the community action strategies. There's 3 areas in this. So we have incorporated the recommendations from Hawthorne Truax as its own kind of section, as well as the Sandburg Neighborhood Association and Burke Heights. So a lot of it is kind of building capacity with those neighborhoods and the neighborhood organizations. We do discuss some small scale physical improvements. We do have about $200,000 to spend, and the recommended expenditures are in the table. A lot of times it's lighting, we're responding to safety issues, park improvements as well. So as I mentioned, we are in our introduction process. Today is our second BCC check-in. I've already checked in with Economic Development Committee. We're talking with the Community Development Block Grant Committee tomorrow. This comes before Plan Commission, which is the lead on August 26th, and on to Council on September 10th. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions from the TC.
Thanks, Dan. Comments or questions for Dan? See no hands. Anybody have comments or questions for Dan?
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just in my car. This is Alder Madison. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep. If Dan wouldn't mind just sharing any recommendations in the plan to improve safety up, coming up East Wash, because we've had some bicycle incidents, including a death by someone on the bicycle driving. But I'm really just looking for, like, does the plan specifically call out any improvements to traffic calming coming up East Wash and around East Wash?
Yeah, thanks, Alder. We do. It's on page. I can share just a second.
Maybe you can describe it, Dan, because she's in her car. So
yeah. So on page 29, there's a series of intersections that we saw could benefit from pedestrian and bike improvements. Many of these are where we have existing lights. So I think the biggest one we saw is Highway 51. That's a very challenging intersection. Also at East Town, and I think it's Independence. That is getting, I believe, a new signal as part of the BRT construction. So I think a combination of those intersection improvements, pedestrian safety improvements, as well as reduction of those speed from removing the free flow ramps with the associated interstate reconstruction. We didn't identify specific techniques because we do kind of flag these as issues, and we worked with transportation staff to identify potential remedies rather than defining them as part of this process, because sometimes they change. Sometimes we see opportunities arise that we're not thought of, or there's certain grants that we can apply to that we might not have.
Thank you.
thanks, Alder. Anybody else have any comments or questions for Dan? Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that because Highway 51 and the interstate are WSDOT projects, I know the city has submitted comments on their preferred arrangement, alignment, intersection, design, various things like that to WSDOT. I know that there was at least one mention of the city's preferred alternative for the Highway 51 East Washington intersection. And I guess my question is, how much influence would this plan have in that process? Or is that somewhat outside of this plan?
Tom, you want to field that?
Yeah, I do. WSDOT is soon to be coming out with the preferred alternative. I believe that they've heard our concerns regarding the East Washington Stoughton Road intersection, and I think they will probably I think that will probably come out in a way that aligns with our preferences. I think it's particularly important. I stepped away for a second that the plan mentioned the grade separated crossing south of Highway 30. I think for them to include that in the project, it is very helpful if it's directly stated and supported within an area plan. And so that's so those are the two things. I think that I suspect their preferred alternative will align with our request at East Washington, and I think that if the Northeast Area Plan includes that greatest separated crossing south of Highway 30, it provides them more justification for making an expenditure like that.
Okay, thank you. I guess following up on that, when we get to whatever motion we're going to make, is it important to call out any of those aspects in the motion, or just to say approve the plan that's been put before us? Would that be sufficient?
So if you motion any change from the plan that is in Legistar, we require a specific motion. So if you made a motion to approve, that would reflect the document that is Legistar. So that would not reflect the newly recommended bike path alternative that we just showed today. So I think there's really two critical aspects: is change, as Tom was mentioning, that grade separation bike path south of 30, and then the bike path, updating that bike path map to reflect that newly added path that's coming out of the Highway 51 study.
So the plan before us does not have the grade separated path crossing 51.
It does.
The Legistar is not.
That's it. That's in the TC memo. Is that correct, Dan?
Yes. So the map has the grade separated crossing south of Highway 51, but it's not emphasized in the text. And I think, to Tom's point, we want to really kind of highlight that as part of the plan as well. And so that's why there's
Robbie, can I make a suggestion and ask Dan and Tom their thoughts about this? Because you really want to strongly support what they're talking about. The recommendations are well identified, I think, in the Transportation Commission memo. So would it be appropriate to, in the motion, just to recognize that support, say that TC strongly supports the transportation recommendations as identified in the memo from the Plan Division to the Transportation Commission? Because that calls out all of those things. Is that right?
That would work. Yes, that would be very effective.
Okay. I just don't want to miss something that's going to be helpful to you guys. So that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Yep. That's great. Thanks, Robbie. Other comments or questions? I'm not seeing any hands. So do we have a motion? And it's one motion for both items 3 and 4. Robbie?
So I would move approval of the plan as presented in Legistar with the addition of the recommendations that were called out in the memo from planning staff to the Transportation Commission, including the recommended path south of 30 and the recommended alignment of recommended configuration of East Washington and 51.
Okay, you're going to have to help me. I got move approval of the plan as presented in Legistar with the addition of the recommendations of planning staff as shown in the memo to TC, including and there I was behind you, including the bike path.
The path south of, Highway 30, crossing 51. And the grade separated intersection of East Washington and 51.
Okay, is that a second, Alder Martinez Rutherford? Okay, I'm going to try and read that back. Let's see how I did. Move approval of the plan as presented in Legistar with the addition of the recommendations of the planning staff as shown in the memo to TC, including the bike path south of Highway 30, crossing 51, and the grade separated intersection of East Washington and 51. Tom? Dan? Robbie?
Yeah.
Alder Martinez Rutherford?
Does that cover it?
Just point of clarification, during the presentation, we discussed the importance of the grade separated intersection of Lexington and Commercial and Highway 51, but not Highway 51 in East Washington.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have misunderstood which intersection you were talking about. Okay.
So Lexington and Commercial and Highway 51?
Yep.
Dan?
So
Yes.
if it is friendly to Alder Martinez Rutherford, I would switch that wording from East Washington to Lexington and Commercial and 51.
Alder, are you okay with that? Okay, so I'll read it one more time. Move approval of the plan as presented in Legistar with the addition of recommendations of planning staff as shown in the memo to TC, including the bike path south of Highway 30, crossing 51, and the grade separated intersection of Lexington and Commercial and 51. Did I get that right, Dan?
Dan, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask a question.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Does the north-south path also need to be included?
It is reflected in the memo.
Okay.
Yeah. We tried to wrap everything in by referencing the memo, hopefully, Dan.
Okay.
Yeah. Good thought, Tom. Okay, discussion. Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Do I need to read it again? Anybody want me to read it again? Or are we good? I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. And just let me know if you want me to read it through one more time. Okay, I'm seeing no hands. So the motion is carried. Thanks so much, Dan.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, we are at 5:38. So we can move on and start the West Area Plan. But Glenn, I just want everybody to know that at 6 o'clock, we're going to have to break for the public hearing. So I'll be watching the clock, and I'm guessing we'll probably still be in presentation mode. We'll do the same as what we did. Now we do have, I know we do have people registered to speak. Again, items 6 and 7 are being considered together as one item. And there are people who are registered for 6 and 7, I'm told. So we'll have a presentation. And before questions and discussion, we'll hear from anyone who's registered to speak. So Aiden, if you can help me watch the clock, and I'll try and watch the clock, and we'll just break, and I'll ask for a motion to postpone items 6 and 7 until after we complete item 5, since that public hearing was noticed specifically to start at 6 o'clock. Okay, with that long introduction, Ben, welcome.
Thank you. I will go ahead and share my screen here as well. Make sure I properly switched over my microphone here.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Is that showing up okay for everyone, the main presentation window?
We're seeing we're not seeing just the presentation. We're seeing your whole, there we go. Now we are.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll dive right in. My name is Ben Zellers. I'm a co-manager of the West Area Plan project. And we have a very similar format to Dan's presentation, so I will kind of go rapidly through some of the slides because they are so similar to what Dan had shown for the Northeast Plan. Same general items that I'll be covering: background, planning process, very, very high level overview of public feedback. There's much more extensive summaries in the Legistar file. A few highlights related to transportation that are in the West Area Plan. And then next steps as well. So just quick background and refresher for the commission. West Area, it's bounded by Midvale Boulevard, the Beltline, the city of Middleton, Lake Mendota, and Village of Shorewood Hills. Has about 33,000 residents and is generally on par in terms of racial and ethnic composition with the rest of the city, slightly higher proportion of Asian and white residents than the rest of the city of Madison. Won't delve into this, but this is part of the memo attachment to the committee. If you're interested in looking at the details, I'll just mention that obviously we are in phase 6, going through the review and potential adoption of the plan. We had some pretty similar outreach and meetings as the Northeast Area Plan as well, virtual and in-person community meetings. We had some focus groups, community surveys, both of residents in general and businesses as well, several open houses throughout the process, among many other things. Some overall feedback themes. Really a high focus on tree canopy and conservation, some development process concerns and mistrust with some of the development process. There were some folks who would like to see a bike infrastructure connectivity increase, some different views on housing density, preserving single-family neighborhoods versus adding more housing. And actually on most of the things that we heard from, there were multiple perspectives and different sides of the same coin on these issues. There was folks looking for a mix of stores and services with housing, varying size and scale of new buildings. At times, there were some exclusive views that tended to come to the fore the loudest. But at the same time as that, there was also some welcoming of new people to the area while also respecting established residents within the area. And kind of in this slide and the previous one just had some quotes from the various public meetings and feedback that we've received throughout this process. As with the Northeast Area Plan, the West Area Plan has several underlying plans that if the resolution is approved as introduced by at council, would be archived with the adoption of the West Area Plan. We have reviewed all of these underlying plans and incorporated some of the recommendations into the West Area Plan. When we say relevant recommendations, what we're talking about is many of the recommendations for these planning areas have already been implemented or might not line up with city priorities as expressed in the most recently adopted comprehensive plan. So there are a variety of factors that we take into account as we review recommendations from underlying plans. There are 6 underlying plans within the West Area. Some of them cross the West Area boundary, and so really only the portions that overlap the West Area would be considered archived if, again, the resolution is adopted as drafted and introduced. Draft plan format, we have the same chapters as the Northeast Area Plan, with the exception of no CDBG related chapter. There were none of those areas within this planning area. Those tend to be focused around lower income areas of the city. And while there are several of those on the west side, none of them within the west area itself. Chapter contents are the same. We have the same general outline within our chapters as Northeast, so I will move forward to the next slide. Just a quick look at land use. Obviously, this is tied in related to transportation in many respects. Overall, I wanted to highlight that most of the changes most of the very significant changes in terms of the amount of land that differs from the current comprehensive plan to this West Area Plan draft have been made along major transit lines. Just for example, Research Park, a fair amount of that area has been kind of shifted from the previous employment designation to mixed use categories within this plan to encourage more mixed use development in very close proximity to the bus rapid transit line that will be coming online this fall. Streets, this plan includes planned street network. Most of the plan connections that are shown on this map are from past adopted plans, especially the Odana Area Plan, which was adopted in September 2021, deals with areas south of Mineral Point Road. Some of those planned streets, as Dan had kind of referenced in his presentation, have been officially mapped, and those are shown in blue. There are just a couple of things to highlight. One of the things in your memo that I wanted to mention is as WSDOT continues its Beltline study, they've evaluated some Beltline crossings. And so something that we're recommending as a staff is that this crossing that was pulled in from the Odana Area Plan into the West Area Plan draft actually be shifted to the west, or to the east, as illustrated in your memo. And I'll have a slide to show that a little bit more detail as well. And then another change that has been integrated into this plan draft is to Planned Street Network north of Renabon Park. That was pulled in from the University Hill Farms neighborhood plan, but we realigned that planned street connection. Instead of outletting onto Seago Road, it kind of curves up north to Sheboygan Avenue. That was done as we evaluated how that connection would need to proceed through to Seago. It was apparent that a parcel would essentially need to be acquired by the city to make that connection due to the small size of the parcel, and we felt that it likely wasn't feasible to make that acquisition purely for a street connection. So this is that Beltline connection that I mentioned. The planned street connection, as it is currently shown in the plan, is in dark blue with the solid line. And so it runs from Tokay Boulevard, then under the Beltline through a new concept that is being proposed for National Wildlife Center on federal land through to the west. WSDOT, with their Beltline study, evaluated a crossing that they felt is more feasible and implementable with their analysis to run more north-south to the east of this crossing to hook in through a cul-de-sac out to Schrader Road. And so our recommendation, this was included in the memo, is to eliminate that Tokay Boulevard crossing as is currently shown in the plan, replace that with the eastern crossing. And an additional question that we have as staff for the TC is whether or not that eastern crossing should be shown as part of the on-street bicycle network. Generally, it might be appropriate to include that to kind of link up the bicycle lanes from Odana Road to Schrader Road. Both of those have on-street bicycle facilities, so it might be appropriate to provide an alternate to the Whitney Way interchange for bicyclists to get north-south across the Beltline. This is kind of a detailed zoom in of that additional planned street that I mentioned with that reconfigured element to curve to the north to outlet on Sheboygan Avenue. And just something to mention for this is, we did pull it in from the University Hill Farms underlying plan, but this would only happen if properties to the north were, the owners were to consider those for redevelopment. As far as I know right now, all those properties are very successful and well leased. So we've not heard anything about development proposals in that area. This is kind of a long-term consideration if those properties were to be redeveloped. One other thing to mention, this isn't really a change from past discussions so much as just kind of a bit of a reconfiguration emphasis. There is a section along Seago Road where we're proposing removal of a small street section as part of this plan. It would remove a little piece of Laub Lane and reconfigure the Laub-Berwyn-Hillview intersection. This would increase safety for both drivers and pedestrians and cyclists by increasing the connectivity across Seago and reducing speeds as people go into the neighborhood to the west of Seago. They're not kind of curving in at higher speeds from Seago. Instead, they have to take more of a 90-degree turn to get into the neighborhood. Complete green streets. Again, this is not really a change since you last saw the West Area Plan maps back in December, but just something to call out. The West Area Plan does recommend some changes to complete green street types. Those changes are highlighted in yellow. Overall, this is really just to kind of link the planned street types with the surrounding land uses and some of the changes to surrounding land uses that are being proposed with this West Area Plan draft. Looking at the paths and bikes map within the plan, the biggest change is the removal of the north-south Sauk Creek Greenway path in response to public comments in favor of a side path along High Point Road and buffered bike lanes along Westfield. Sauk Creek Greenway is kind of the north-south greenway shown under number 9 on the map. And those two north-south kind of replacement options for planned bicycle connections are the streets that run alongside those two number 12s that are shown on the map. Just something to note is that the change would require reduction on-street parking on both streets to have that side path on High Point and buffered bike lanes on Westfield. When we did retain a east-west path and a connection across the Greenway, as had been pretty strongly emphasized by the TC as being important at the December meeting. The exact design and location of that would be looked at as part of the corridor design process that engineering is undertaking that looks at stormwater and improvements to stormwater management in that corridor as well. Pedestrians, this map largely the same as before. It really is to highlight areas where there are no sidewalks and areas where there are sidewalks on one side of the street only. But we did add kind of a highlight of priority sidewalk additions close to Crestwood and Stevens elementary schools. And just want to mention or point out, emphasize for Old Sauk Road that doesn't necessarily mean that a sidewalk on the north side of Old Sauk would require additional property acquisition or removal of trees. There are some design considerations that could be made to expand the sidewalk potentially into kind of existing paved street area as that is examined. So with that, just wanted to summarize the additional review process. This is really the same as what Dan showed for Northeast, with the exception of us not visiting the Community Development Block Grant Committee. But we are looking to run in parallel with Northeast, so both area plans are reviewed at the same board committee and commission meeting. And we have Landmarks Commission visit coming up, followed by Urban Design Commission, Board of Parks Commissioners, and then the lead Plan Commission, followed by Council, which we currently have scheduled and planned for September 10th. So with that, I will turn it back to the Commission for any questions, or perhaps shifting back to your 6 o'clock item, if that is warranted.
Yeah, it's 5:54 according to my clock here. 5:55 now. We would be going to hear from registrants. We'd have time to hear from one registrant. Robbie?
I actually just had a couple questions which might fill the time until 6 o'clock.
Okay, we would normally wait for the questions till after we hear from the registrants, but why don't you go for it? Because I think this is it's hard. I'd rather have the registrants have the opportunity to go all at one time, because that seems fairer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and fill our 5 minutes?
Okay. So the crossing of the Beltline down by Tokay that was switched, that would require, so WISDOT is suggesting that would require, that's a road, is that correct? Not just a pedestrian bicycle connection? It's a road?
Yes, that is the thought, yeah.
And that alignment requires some acquiring property on both the north and south side. The way it looks like there's development there now. Is that right?
Yes, that would be the case. I mean, that would really be the case for either option. But like I said, that eastern option appears to be more favorable from WISDOT's analysis.
Okay. I was just curious because, here we've got a line on a map and it looks like there's property there. Going up to sort of the Sauk Creek area, is there a time as far as, well, let me ask the first question first, which was, your current recommendation is to put both buffered bike lanes on Westfield and some sort of protected facility on High Point, both of those?
Yes, that is what is shown in the plan, yes.
Okay. And could those be accomplished in the same time period as what was originally planned? I'm just curious about the original plan through the Greenway was going to take place via the, while the engineering stuff was going on. I'm just curious if there's a difference in when those two options might be developed.
I mean, I think it would take budgeting, including things in the budget, to get those done. I think Westfield would be easier because it's more along the lines of a striping project, and High Point would be more involved. But I think Renee, and I know Chris Petakowski is on the meeting as well. You might have some additional thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead, Renee.
Yeah, sure. I can. There isn't necessarily a budget for these projects, but obviously, like Ben was saying, the improvements on Westfield could be a Safe Streets Madison project. There's not as much involved, whereas, but it would have to compete against other things across the city, as well as High Point. And we will be starting a project later, probably at the beginning of the fall, to begin prioritizing projects across the city. So I don't want to say where these would fall in that process, but if they ranked high, then, they would get kind of looked at for Safe Streets and Bikeways funding in a quicker turnaround. But it depends on how they rank across the city.
Okay. I know that we have a lot of comments on that area, so I won't go into that too much, but I was just kind of curious. And as I said, sort of trying to fill up the time a little bit and then the comments that we had received regarding Rennebaum Park, I guess I'm a little confused. The plan has is that a full street that's planned if those properties are ever redeveloped? Or is that just a pedestrian bike facility on the north side of Rennebaum Park?
No, the thought is that it would allow, cars. Really, there is a kind of a east-west path connection already through Rennebohm Park itself. So yes, that connection north of the park would allow cars and provide an additional frontage for people to access the park, and also additional street frontage for those properties, which are pretty deep along Sheboygan Avenue as well.
Okay, that makes sense. I just was wondering what was going on there. Okay, thanks.
Okay, perfect timing on good number of questions to fill 5 minutes, Robbie. Can I have a motion to postpone items 6 and 7 until after we finish with item 5? Robbie?
Yeah, I move to hold the public hearing and table the other items until after the public hearing.
Okay. Pepe, is that a second?
That's a second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Okay, so we will come back to items 6 and 7 and move into the hearing from the registrants who wish to speak. But now we'll move to the public hearing, which was noticed to begin at 6 o'clock. And so I will open the public hearing, and first we'll have a presentation from Metro Transit, which will include a summary of the comments submitted from the public by email, etc. Then we'll hear from the public with comments limited to 3 minutes per person. 6 minutes if an interpreter is requested. Then we'll close the public hearing, go to questions, discussion, deliberation, and vote. So Mick?
Hi, everybody. Just a quick summary of the feedback. I sent Aiden an update of some feedback we got up until today. I'm not sure if everyone got it, but I can tell you overall that we had about 11 responses altogether. We had 7 that were positive or in favor, and we had 4 that weren't in favor. The new ones that came in, if you haven't seen the new document, there was 2 that supported it. There was 1 that was against service on Winnequa in Monona, and then there was 1 that was against the service. So that's the summary of the feedback. And then, so Sean is going to give a presentation of the service, and basically he's going to be talking about the new Route 38 service to Monona, which we're asking you to approve the implementation of. We do have a contract with Monona in place. And then we're also asking you to accept our service equity analysis that basically looks to see if there's any impacts on any disparate impacts on individuals based on service changes that we put into place since the redesign. And this encompasses all of our routes, not just the Route 38. This is our entire service. So with that, that's basically it in a nutshell. And with that, I'm going to send it over to Sean.
Thanks, Mick. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so you should have the analysis in your packet. So yeah, to kind of dovetail into what Mick was saying, I came and did several updates to the commission after we did the June redesign last year. So that stuff has to, even though there's service additions, they have to be checked for Title VI civil rights. So in addition to those changes that we made that I'll get into in a second, we also are adding in the civil rights analysis for the new 38 extension to Monona. So we just batched all these changes together in one document. And we're kind of planning on doing this. I'm not sure how many changes we'll do in the next year after BRT, but we're kind of planning on doing this annually where we look at the equity as well. And I think that kind of aligns closely with city goals as well as federal requirements. With that being said, I will share my screen here. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes.
So real quick, I'm just going to run through some of these changes. Most of these, the commission.
Can you make it full screen because we're seeing your desktop and we're not seeing the full slide.
Oh, I had a feeling that might happen. Let's see here. It should just be sharing a PDF.
Whoops, now we missed it. You have to try again.
I'm trying to go back here.
Okay.
It should just be sharing the PDF.
If it's a PDF, Robbie, it may not show the same way.
Yeah, they'll have the sides here too. It's pretty simple. It's we're not really getting into the detail here since we've already gone through a lot of this stuff. So anyway, so you should be seeing this. Here, I'll make this smaller so see more. Okay, so so this little red section here. So we have some extra service that we ran. This is kind of running down what I've already said, but we had some extra service that we were running during peak times. These are associated with MMSD school service. So we have a bunch of buses that finish, right before the high school bell times. We redistribute those buses basically to run on busy routes. It's something that we've been doing for a long time. We call gray bar trips. This is something I've been talking about for quite some time. But basically this red section here, we have a couple of extra trips that we run that are basically hooked to this extra MMSD service. So in this case, it's the 38 going from Ingersoll to Jennifer Street, going down to U-Bay. So that's a certain portion of the route that's very busy. This benefits other riders down the line by helping to keep it on time. And also, these are the busiest parts of the route. So especially in the morning, there could be already full buses getting there. And we had a lot of complaints about pass-ups and things and on-time performance. So we added this. This is the 38 example. So we did the same thing on Route 28, also going to U-Bay. Route 28 has the benefit of being near East High. So a lot of these routes come off East High and they help out Route 28. And then also we were running extra Route A's that was possible to do at the time with a 40-foot bus. These were also coming off either Memorial or West High. And these helped out the busy University Avenue corridor where we had lots of pass-ups, got a lot of complaints, and we also looked at the data for this as well. Similar to the R as well, from the Sheboygan area where we got a lot of complaints. And in this case, they ran all the way to Square. And then also Route F, which was very similar to, which also ran to Square for University Avenue corridor. So a little bit about these extensions here. So first, we had this red part here. That was the original route that was on all the old redesigned maps. We had a lot of complaints and a lot of pass-ups in the Sheboygan area. So there was kind of a series of extensions that happened throughout time that I did present to the TC, but I'll paraphrase here. So it used to just stop at U-Bay. Then we brought it down to Sheboygan, and then we had issues with bathrooms there and too many buses stacking up and idling. So we brought it all the way out to University Row, where there's the UW Digestive Health Center. We're provided a bathroom and an area to kind of park the bus for a little break. So they wouldn't all stack up at Sheboygan. So that was also done for Route 38 as well, the extension out there as well. So getting into Route, I'll go back just to show you what the map looks like for the, actually that's later. I'll get into the 75, sorry. So the other thing we did, which I also presented to the TC, was this Route 75 change. So Epic came to us and wanted more capacity. We had a lot of pass-ups and complaints about very full buses. So we were able to launch this partial Route 75 route that was designed basically to pick up Route B over at the Caddis Bend area in Fitchburg. And so this has been a successful change where we're able to add a lot more trips as opposed to full trips. So this was requested by Epic, and it's been running since March. So this was another new change that was after the redesign. So those are the kind of the stuff that we've already done that are running right now that we needed to kind of catch up with our equity analysis with Title VI. The new service that we added here is this Route 38 extension to Monona. So right now it ends at Jennifer and Ingersoll Street. And this extension would be an hourly extension that would go through Atwood here. and then would go into the city of Monona and end at the Dutch Mill Park and Ride. So we've gone through a pretty exhaustive process with the city of Monona. We did get some complaints of some of the alignment in the city of Monona. We did not propose this alignment. This went back and forth in between the city of Monona, and they voted on it several times. There wasn't a lack of controversy there either. We feel like we mitigated the concerns, a lot of the concerns from some of the people who wanted a different alignment. But for the sake of the Madison alignment, it does provide additional service for the Atwood area, which right now has Route C that does get full and does have some on-time performance problems we've had in the past. So there are some nice benefits as well to the city of Madison, having an extra hourly Route 38 trip from 7 to 7 on weekdays only. So we ran all the numbers on all these. So basically, we throw all of these changes into an analysis with GIS in our remixed planning software, as you can see there, kind of the logo on the bottom. So what that does is it looks at basically proximity to two census tracts. It looks at the demographics of those census tracts as well as income. So it looks for disproportionate burdens for low income and disparate impacts for minorities. So basically what the federal government is trying to do is, even if you're adding service, they want to make sure that you're not disproportionately adding it to neighborhoods that are as a disparate impact to census tracts that are above your area average for either low income or races. So we ran all of those numbers, and you can kind of get into the weeds if you would like later. But those there were no adverse impacts. We have actually one of the strictest thresholds in America. We have only a 2% threshold in our Title VI policy, which we rolled over a few months ago as well. So we have that policy for 3 years. It can't be more than a 2% change. So we ran those numbers and found that there wasn't more than a 2% change. And I'm realizing I missed one quick change here because the ordering is a little bit kind of all over the place. We also did one more quick change here where we have this Route R at 7 that ends at Sheboygan. We had a big problem trying to connect that to Route A, and we got a lot of complaints, especially folks that were leaving night hospital shifts, because this Route R, like Route F, used to end at Sheboygan right at 7 p.m. And so we have this Route C that ends right up here at the top of where R is here. And so that was something that we changed, and it's been very, very popular. So every day on weekends, there's extra service on University Avenue, and there's a one-seat ride actually too, all the way up to Middleton, depending on where you live. So anyway, that's the last change. I'm sorry, I missed that one. So the combination of these short turns, the extensions of Route 28 and 38, extra Route 75 trips, and the CNR interline, we ran all the numbers there, and we discovered that there are no adverse impacts to either minorities or low-income persons. So that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions about the analysis, about the changes, or anything else that's related.
Sean, we're going to, unless there's more to the presentation, we're going to go to comments from the public on this topic before we go to questions and discussion, because I think it's helpful to hear from the public first. So who do we have registered to speak, Aiden?
So first we have Christy Goforth of Gordon Avenue, Monona. Neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Christy there?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, Ann. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to be with you tonight and provide some input. I am actually really excited about Metro coming to Monona. I ran our Chamber of Commerce for many years and advocated for the business community, who is very excited about this amazing opportunity. I did also serve on our DEI committee, which published a report listing some suggested priorities for the city. One of those priorities stated, and I quote, "Make it a priority to secure public transit to serve affordable and senior housing developments." And that report is what initiated some of this conversation about joining Metro, along with the cost savings. And when this process began, I was also on the Transit Commission. So whoever said this was an exhaustive process is entirely accurate, because it's been going on for years. The big challenge with creating an equitable route in Monona is the limitation that Metro provides for its paratransit service. Since we're a city on the lake, the requirements of paratransit being linked to the main Metro route is almost impossible to achieve in an equitable way. So I'm wondering if you might consider treating communities with the lake limiting proximity differently for paratransit. Because in your route, one of the bigger challenges is you're leaving out one senior living facility. It's on Femrite. It's called Monona Meadows. And I have several friends that live there, and they're not people that would at all qualify for paratransit. But getting up to Monona Drive it's a pretty steep hill for them to walk up there. These are all elderly people. They do have some mobility challenges. And so I have concerns about that. So that's why I sent you some other route ideas that all made sure they all went through affordable housing area neighborhoods, or they passed by senior living facilities, or they also, I think those were, and higher density neighborhoods. So really my biggest concern is that difficult criteria to meet, the 1.5 mile requirement for paratransit, and that's preventing us from getting a more equitable route. Having the route on Winnequa, that is why I registered as not being in favor or against. I'm definitely in favor of Metro. I'm not in favor of it being on Winnequa Road, which is all single family homes, a resource rich neighborhood, people who may take transit as an option to save on parking costs, but not people who absolutely need it to fully participate in society. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, who do we have then, Aiden?
Next is Charles Buggs of St. Teresa Terrace, Monona. Supports and wishes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you very much. I am in favor of the proposal. I do understand Christie's concern about the one senior place, but I also will echo that this has been a very lengthy process. My comments were concerning the bus stop locations. I did attempt to look at some of the maps that were made available online. With that said, I am partially blind, and so it wasn't super easy. Currently, with the Monona Transit, there is a bus stop at Dean Avenue and Schofield, and I think I saw on the map there's not going to be a stop there with the Metro bus. And in fact, it looks like there are several blocks, perhaps more than a half a mile, with no bus stop on Dean Avenue. So we live, on St. Teresa Terrace, and, my concern would be, where our bus stop would be located along Dean Avenue for the Route 38 extension. So that would be one of my questions there, or just a plug for good bus stop locations. And currently, right now, there is a sign at Dean Avenue and Schofield. And I know at one point it was stated that if there's where the current bus stops are, they were trying to have, Metro stop there as well. But I understand that, again, with this lengthy process, there's no guarantees. And my only other comment is the corner of Monona Drive and St. Teresa Terrace. There is an empty lot there now that the city has approved a multi-story apartment building. And then there's across the street a vacant building that's going to be sounds like redeveloped or recently sold. And I would really like to suggest, in addition, one block off of Monona Drive, there's a multifamily apartment complex, Cardinal Place. I'd really like to suggest the Metro add a stop at Monona Drive and St. Teresa Terrace for the Route L. I know right now they're suggesting it be added at Monona and Flom or Nichols there, that intersection. But to me, with the closeness with the future, both existing and future planned multiple, multi-story apartment buildings, it would seem to be a good spot for a bus stop at St. Teresa and Monona Drive. And there is a sidewalk there with a crosswalk, so hopefully it would be considered accessible. And I believe that is the extent of my comments. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, who do we have next, Aiden?
Next is Don Ferber of Alice Ave, neither supports nor opposes, and is representing Four Lakes Group Sierra Club.
Yes, thank you. I presume you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. Following up on some comments we've provided before regarding the bus system and rerouting, we are very supportive of Madison Metro expanding and supporting more ridership. The concerns we continue to have is with some of the outlying areas where people of low income may live and work odd hour jobs and so on, that in looking at numbers of ridership, often it's these people who are left out most readily, but who have the most need for transit, who have less options than other people. So one of the things is I don't think this is something we can resolve with the bus system alone. Obviously, you don't want to run big buses late at night with single people on there. But for people, either for situations like have already been brought up, or for people who we cannot serve properly with the bus system, I think we need to look outside of the box in terms of what other services we can provide. Maybe such things as providing vans to certain entities with, who could find drivers and drive people around or whatever. But, this is recognizing the limitations of Metro, not to fault them for what they're trying to do with expanded service and having a BRT and so on. I think that's good. But if we really want to provide equity, I think we need to look beyond just what we can provide with the bus service and look at other modes of providing transit services to people in need. So that's, I guess, all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing none. Aiden, who else do we have?
Next is Jill Nyland of Valor Way, opposes and wishes to speak.
Do we have Jill?
Here, I don't see anyone by that name.
And if Jill is there, could you raise your hand? Don't see any hand.
Okay. After that, we have Adrian Fairber of LaBelle Lane, supports and wishes to speak.
Hello, everyone. I'm Adrienne Ferber. I live in Monona. I also am a member of the Monona Transit Commission and have been since 2020. And during my entire tenure with the committee, we've been working to improve transit in the city of Monona. I'm here to be strongly supportive of the proposal because I think it will be the biggest improvement in Monona transit. And I think also has the opportunity to improve safety on the roads in Monona, contrary to a lot of claims that people make about buses. So going into that, first, thanks to Nick and Sean, and also Jillian, Doug, and Laura, and Christy, members of the committee. We've put a lot of work in thoughtfulness into coming up with a route that I think will serve many of the people in Monona. And I'm so thankful, Charles, to hear you speak again and your continuing support for improving this route and like your recommendations about what we can do at Monona and St. Teresa Terrace. This proposal will improve transit access in Monona because right now we have 3 loops that run on one route Monday through Friday in the morning and the afternoon and take people from Monona to the capital. We also have a paratransit service that works during midday and only takes people within a 1-mile radius of the city of Monona. I'm excited that this new route will improve us to be able to get 7 days a week bus service. We will be able to have 3 routes running through Monona, and we will have great improvement in the paratransit service to allow people in our community to get access throughout the entire city of Madison to our hospitals, to clinics, but also to recreational facilities, sporting events, etc. I also think that the bus transit is going to help improve the safety of our roads in Monona. And I know this is kind of a controversial position, but we know the safety of the the Madison Transit. Metro Transit publishes a report that tells us what it is. As opposed to the contractor we've been working on, we don't know about their safety record. So we have a known safety record for Madison Metro, and you guys do an exemplary job. Additionally, you have licensed drivers operating the buses, and we know that they're safe and well-trained, and they also have good jobs in our community. I appreciate that a lot. And last, getting the bus coming through our community is a way to reduce the number of cars on our streets, to reduce the number of times that marginal drivers, where it might not be great for them to be driving, they have an alternative. And I think that's the other important part to think about when we talk about safety. We're building alternatives so people don't have to drive. I know we have a lot of work yet to tweak the routes, but I'm excited for March 2025 when, thankfully in the middle of the winter time, when it's really lucky to bike around this community, I can hopefully hop on the bus and get to my work. So thank you guys for your good work. That's my comments.
Thank you. Questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands. Who else do we have, Aiden?
The last person is Matthew Bittorf, Femrite Drive supports, but does not wish to speak.
Okay. Do we have Jill? Can we see if we have Jill?
Chair, I'm still not seeing Jill in attendance.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a Jill either. Again, Jill, if you're there, could you raise your hand? Not seeing Jill. Okay, so that's all that we have then, Aiden?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so seeing that, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now we're open to questions, discussions, and deliberation. Comments, questions? Bill?
Thanks, Ann. There were questions or comments regarding in the hearing about bus stops. Mick or John, what is the status of Metro working with the city of Monona as far as where the bus stops will actually be next March?
Well, we provide kind of engineering assistance and looking to see if the bus can make certain turns and things. But other than that, we're directed by Monona to site those bus stops. So that's certainly something as we get closer to implementation this March, we can look at. There are a lot of little micro decisions of, we know that there's certain places that people would love a bus stop, but there could be some safety issues there as well. Sure. And as far as some of the older Monona stops, we are, as far as I know, we're planning on serving, if the bus goes by an old stop. Unfortunately, those stops are not ADA accessible. We do want to make almost 100% of our stops accessible as much as possible. So in a lot of cases, we might site a bus stop in a place that we can have a proper wheelchair pad or or add more amenities and things like that. So certainly that's something that we'll be hashing out getting closer to March.
All right, thanks. I think that was the answer I was looking for, that these aren't fixed in stone right now, and still a work in progress as far as to get ready for next March. And that, but I agree with you that I think that would be part of the discussion for Metro to the city, that they need to work on the make their sites ADA compatible as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Sean, thanks for addressing Bill's question. I think that that's a part of mine as well. So for kind of advocacy on specific bus stops, folks in the Monona area should continue to work with their city officials to advocate for the stops that they need, because I think there was some really legitimate concerns raised. You know, walking more than a half a mile, you know, that's a lot in the winter, particularly for older adults and people with disabilities. It becomes a burden and makes it difficult to do activities of daily life. So it sounds like Metro's role is advisement, and the city of Monona is the decider. Do I have that right?
Yes, and they also pay to maintain the stops. So we just went through this with Sun Prairie. We came up with a lot of suggestions for them. We had some back and forth. Then they had their own contractor, and then they had some notes on some of our suggestions, and then they went ahead and put in all those stop pads and things. So I assume something similar will happen.
Gotcha. That's super helpful. Then I have an additional question, comment, probably more comment than question. I am really concerned about the accessibility for the folks in the older living community towards Femrite, and their access, and also even to the Elder Leopold Nature Center, because we're always trying so hard to get people with more limited economic means and people with disabilities and older adults out into nature, but also into, the activities of daily living, and not having paratransit access. That really, really concerns me. So again, is that advocacy really need to sit with Monona? What's Metro's authority and influence there?
So we just acknowledge from the scheduling side if there's enough breaks and things, how many buses we need. At the end of the day, a lot of that stuff, for extra coverage especially, is the budget available that they have. I've done a ton of these little hourly routes that are trying to do a lot of things, and unfortunately, it's just hard to serve everything. So with the budget we have, and there were a lot of trade-offs made, and this was all done through the city. We just suggested, how much time the bus has, and for efficiencies matters, but. I think that was mostly deliberated by the fact that it's an hourly route, it's one bus, and what can you do with the budget that you have available?
Got it. So I have one more thing, and then I'll yield the floor. So it feels to me like this area might be a really good one to investigate some microtransit alternatives, and I really appreciate a couple of the folks that testified speaking to that. So I just would plant that seed both with Metro and the city of Monona, that might help fill in some of the gaps that we're looking at, and that's it for me.
Great, thanks, Denise. Mick had his hand up, and then Eric after Mick. Go ahead, Mick.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Sean said about doing our best with the budget available. We had the same situation come up in Sun Prairie, where there was a pocket of Sun Prairie that wasn't eligible for paratransit service, and we talked to them about it. And the solution was extending the route to get closer to that area, but there just wasn't the budget available. So we have seen that in other communities as well. And it's just, we do the best we can and serve as many as we can, like Sean said.
Thanks, Mick. Eric, did you have a comment?
Mick just took the words right out of my mouth. So
Okay.
thanks, Mick.
All right. Great minds, they say, yes. Okay, other comments or questions? Okay, I just wanted to follow up and confirm something, Sean. So you were following the federal requirements when you did the equity analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that was my understanding, but I just wanted to bring that up again, that you have a very specific procedure that you're required to follow, and that's how you go about it. Other comments or questions? I'd be looking for a motion, and there are two actions requested: approving the implementation of the new Route 38 service to Monona in March of 2025, and accepting the Metro service equity analysis, which was conducted for transit service changes implemented on all Metro routes since the June 2023 redesign. Do we have a motion? Bill? Can't hear you, Bill.
Sorry. I'll make that motion, but I don't have the words in front of me right now that you read. So
okay.
There we are.
Approving the implementation of the new Route 38 service to Monona in March of 2025, and accepting the Metro service equity analysis, which was conducted for the transit service changes implemented on all Metro routes since the June 2023 redesign.
Exactly.
Okay, Denise?
I can second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Bill, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. Thank you. I think John did and the Metro staff did a great job in keeping up with the changes that needed to be made as far as and following the federal procedures for equity analysis. So I think it should be a job well done getting that taken care of. I think that's wise to stay out in front of that. And doing that on an annual basis, I think makes a lot of sense. Just as a point of order, did you officially close the hearing?
I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you for reminding me, but I had it in my notes to remember to do that. Thanks,
okay,
Bill.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it should be approved. I think the city of Monona should be congratulated for joining Metro. I know it's not easy to go to your taxpayers and say we need to spend some more money, but this is, I think, sounds like a more efficient way of helping their citizens. So thanks.
Thanks. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. First of all, I want to echo Bill. I'm thrilled to finally see forward movement on this. So it's very exciting. And the other thing that I just want to always remind my fellow commissioners and alders is that a Title VI analysis is really important, and it misses certain populations. So it does not include people with disabilities, unless those folks with and older adults, unless they are, representing another minority population. So often when we do an equity analysis and we get data back that the impact is really marginal to people that are Black and brown and people that are poor, what we miss is the impact for people with disabilities. And that's not a Metro flaw so much as it is a flaw in the federal process, where the ADA and the Title VI are not married well together. So I just always want to plant that seed so that we're asking questions about impact for older adults and people with disabilities when we're looking at this stuff.
Thanks, Denise. It's a great reminder. Is that all, that's all you had, Denise? Okay. Other comments or questions? Other discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain or wishes a roll call vote. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. Okay, so we will now move back to items 6 and 7, and we will look to hear from the public on 6 and 7. So who do we have first, Aiden, on the West Area Plan?
So first we have George Meyer of Randolph Drive supports and wishes to speak.
Do we have George?
Chair, I see a Jane Meyer.
Is WWF has a hand up. Is that you, George?
And I'm sorry, Chair, to interrupt, but Jane Meyer is his wife. So if she's on there, that would probably be George Meyer too.
No, it's my wife. I'm WWF. That's
okay. Great. We have you set to speak. Then go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I live at the corner of Randolph and Tree Lane, where Randolph is at a T intersection to Tree Lane. I no longer can bike because of a disability, but my deck sits not more than 70 feet from Tree Lane. And I observed the last 20 years bikers using that east-west corridor, and it's heavily used by all ages from 80, I'd say down to 6 or 7. Usually then it's people are with their parents, but it's very enjoyable, heavily used by commuters, and to me it appears to be very safe. I saw one report that said there were 3 accidents with bikes on Tree Lane. I investigated those by getting the records. One of the accidents was at the intersection of Mineral Point and Tree Lane. It was basically a Mineral Point accident. A second was at the intersection of Gammon and Tree Lane. And once again, it was a major thorough accident, happened to be at the intersection. There's only been one accident on Tree Lane since the records show, and it was down at the other end of the block, which is a 4-way stop sign. The accident report reported that a biker blew through the intersection and got hit by a car that had stopped and was proceeding slowly through the intersection. And the person was injured, no ticket issued. High Point, which is the north-south, which is plenty adequate for people, is once I would have no trouble if I could feel safe biking it. There's been no accident since the 2001 records started. I looked at Westfield. There has been one bike accident in Westfield, the intersection, uncontrolled intersection of Colony, intersecting with Westfield. The accident report said this: an adult biker with someone behind them was biking on the sidewalk and was heading west on Colony, turned around and talked to the person behind him, and ran right into the street where he was hit by a car going south. No ticket. That was a serious accident, but it was clearly the bike's fault. I would like to talk about the east-west crossing. I had responsibility for many years of overseeing 1.5 million acres of public land in the state, and including bike paths and wild lands. I know that area very well, where the park goes adjacent to the creek, and that there's a grade. The grade is a 30-foot difference, and it will need switchbacks to get down there. There's no question from my observation from other areas. And that would take, there's no way of doing that without eliminating scores of trees. So my position is basically, there's no need for the north-south. It's adequately met by the plan. And the east-west has difficulties, and let the engineers handle whether that can be done safely.
Okay, thank you very much. Your time is up. Questions for the registrant? Okay, thank you. Who do we have next, Aiden?
So next is Daniel Hussey of Widgeon Way, neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Thank you for letting me speak and enjoyed the presentation. Yeah, I just wanted to address something that I see missing from the West Area Plan when I look through the documentation, and it may just be stuff that I've missed. But, you know, I see all sorts of stuff in there for bike lanes, sidewalks, BRT bus routes. But given that this is a Transportation Commission meeting, I'm very concerned about the aging, the condition of all the major roads on the west side. And I feel like the major roads on the west side of Madison have been largely ignored for quite a long time. And a lot of them haven't been really touched for the last 25 or 30 years. The roads that I'm talking about are Mineral Point, Old Sauk Road, Gammon to some extent, Whitney Way, Science Drive, Midvale, Sego, and also the two roads that you kind of mentioned as far as potentially doing something for bike lanes with, which is High Point Road and Westfield Road. Just wanted to know, and you know, as far as my comment, you know, I feel like that the road surface and the road quality of a lot of these roads is really deteriorated. And, you know, again, I'm just concerned when I don't see or hear any strategic plan to address the aging infrastructure on the west side of Madison. And the other thing I'll also say is I do sort of agree with the gentleman who spoke just before me. I'm an avid cyclist, and I bike on High Point Road and Westfield quite frequently. And I haven't really had any safety concerns with either of those as far as biking on those roads to where I would feel like I need a sequestered bike lane. But the one thing I will mention is that my neighbor and I are avid cyclists, and we ride on High Point all the time. And we literally bike on the narrow curbing in between the grass and the road, because the road condition is in such poor condition that is literally the best path to ride on. So thank you very much. That was my only comment.
Thank you. Comments or questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing none, who else do we have?
Next is Jane Meyer of Randolph Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have already sent in some written remarks, so I'm not going to read you all of those. Just paraphrase some of the things that I mentioned that I think are important. Our concern, the Friends of Sauk Creek and others in the neighborhood are consistently diminish, opponents of ours consistently diminish the claiming of a citizen advocacy group, which is what we are, is a minority voice that doesn't encompass the welfare of the city of Madison, the entire city. And officials have dismissed us, our standing to protect the environment in the Sauk Creek Greenway by using a label for us, a minority voice. But they don't use that same really what I think is derogatory minority voice to another group that has an agenda to oppose what we're trying to accomplish in the Greenway, and admits it represents only 2.7% and 5% of Madison residents who commute to work, and that is Madison Bikes, a local advocacy group that's affiliated with the Bike Federation. And they have a powerful voice with pipelines into City Hall and the Alders and other folks. And they say things that I think that you probably aren't aware of as commissioners. So we're concerned that Madison Bikes has put out a lot of information that isn't exactly accurate. They call us names and talk about things like they call us NIMBYs. One article describes Friends of Saw Creek as bullies, contends supporters hate bikers and are liars. Madison Bike Leaders put a disclaimer on the article, said that it was only one person, but they have republished it and leave it onto their website. Friends of Saw Creek supporters who live near the Greenway have a unique understanding of its terrain and its traits and spur trees and specialized vegetation and banks to absorb water and stop flooding that other groups don't share. We also have heard them say negative comments on social media. One of the commissioners said that called us West Side cranks. And I think we really have the right and the opportunity and the need, appropriate necessity to bring our concerns forward and try to work to make this Greenway great for everyone, and also include education for kids and to have opportunity for hiking and other things for everyone, and include the whole neighborhood and make it welcoming. And we don't hate bikers. A number of our members and spouses and kids are commuter bikers. They belong to the Bike Federation. A number of the group are just plain avid bikers themselves. And while we enjoy biking, we also strongly believe that we have to balance the value of bike path with the Greenway environment that is going to be able to help us with flood control, sequester carbon, capture smoke from forest fires. It's 10 degrees cooler in there tonight. I was already in there with the dog earlier. Buffer noise from the highway, encourage food for insects and other wildlife. And we're just a group of neighbors who sit around the kitchen table and volunteers and try to make decisions to care for our environment, and really don't deserve to be derided for the activism in our neighborhood. We're no match for the bike lobby because we don't have any money, obviously, but we continue to fight for the land and for the trees and all of the good that they bring. So, thank you very much. We'll continue to work to educate everybody on all the things that we can do in the Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands. Who else do we have, Aiden?
Next is Tony Brown of Widgeon Way, opposes and wishes to speak.
Yes, hi everyone. I am Tony Brown, and I'm a resident of Saw Creek Condominiums. And my comments pertain specifically to the proposed bike path and what the number of trees that would need to be removed in order to make way for the path. And I do realize that Saw Creek Woods needs a lot of attention due to the erosion that's been unattended to for decades, and also needs the removal of invasive species of trees. But just randomly mowing down trees in order to clear a path, I believe, is unnecessary. Whether it's north, south, east, west, whatever the current plan is. I'm sorry I haven't paid better attention, but I'm not for it. Another big concern is the wildlife that a brightly lit bike path would displace. I frequently walk in the woods with my dog, and I love the solitude. I'm also not anti-bicyclist. I have a great bicycle. I wouldn't call myself an avid one, but I do like to ride bikes, but I feel that there are plenty of bike paths already in Madison, and this particular one is not needed. And this is kind of a side comment that after hearing Dan's comments about the condition of our roads. I'd like to add my voice to that. Thank you, Dan. And I would just like to thank you all for your time and what you do and listening and continuing to consider the desires of the nearby residents. I thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands. Aiden, who do we have?
Next is Susan Brugman of Salt Creek Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to read you what I sent in brief, in case you didn't all get a chance to read it. A representative of the Madison Bikes Board of Directors has withheld key information from you for months. We obtained this information through Freedom of Information Act requests. Craig Weinhold, a Pro Bike Path spokesperson and director of Madison Bikes, the area's main bike advocacy group, and leader of the Pro Bike Path Salt Creek Greenway effort, told city officials in writing in January that bikers will not use bike paths in Salt Creek. Yet, Weinhold and Madison Bikes, which says he has not taken a position on in
Susan,
Salt
we
Creek,
can't.
have continued to. I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead. We lost you for just a second. Go ahead.
Okay, yet Weinhold Madison Bikes, which says it has not taken a position on the bike paths in Salt Creek, have continued to strongly advocate for them behind closed doors. We're concerned you will be swayed by their less than forthright arguments. Craig told 3 city officials with your engineering and planning departments in written correspondence on January 18th that bikers would not use a Salt Creek bike path. FOIA documents show the email letter addressed to engineer Jojo O'Brien and copied to city planner Ben Zeller and assistant traffic director Renee Calloway. Weinhold said few bikers will choose Salt Creek paths over other routes since it would be longer and add hill climbing and have more bike pet dog conflicts. Bikers would only use it for novelty reasons. Taxpayers should not be paying millions for novelty bike paths. In addition, calling the bike path a transit route to link the area bike network is a bit hollow. This was not a fluke because Weinhold cemented his opinion in a similar message on January 5th to a resident of a neighborhood near the Greenway who is an avid biker. There's no doubt that a north-south path will not be a major transit route for bicyclists, said Weinhold in the emailed letter. He adds that the bike paths in Salt Creek Greenway could be an amenity for the neighborhoods. The Salt Creek bike paths clearly have no transportation purpose. The east-west bike path and expensive bridge should be removed from the west area plan so the city can avoid questions about city spending in a time of a 22 million city deficit and a coming referendum. Planner Ben Zeller and pedestrian bicycle administrator and assistant traffic director Renee Calloway have consistently told residents in public forums for more than a year that the transit goal for the Salt Creek Greenway is a link to the bike network. On the current West Area plan map, the east-west bike trail is short and isolated, crossing a steep ravine. It's not even close to other bike hubs. Weinhold's assessment is his fellow bikers will have a lack of interest in the short, steep bike paths. If avid bikers like Weinhold won't use the Salt Creek paths, planners and Callaway did not do their research. Bicyclists will be deterred by the hilly terrain, which Weinhold references. Weinhold began to make arguments in favor of bike paths using his close relationship with Madison Bikes and support from his fellow members of the board of directors. The Madison Bikes website published Weinhold's 3,800-word essay called The Tragedies of Salt Creek Greenway. The article contains factual errors and unfair characterizations of supporters of the Friends of Salt Creek. It also contains statements like his January emails to the engineer, planner, and pedestrian bike administrator. In the May piece, he says that Alder Nikki Conklin's removal of the north-south bike path, no big loss for the overall bike network, which indicates this path has no transportation purpose. Madison Bikes.
Yeah, your time is up. Thank you so much. Questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands, who do we have next?
Next is Gwen Long of Sauk Creek Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
I am going to give my time up to Susie now, so she can finish her comments.
Each person only gets 3 minutes. It's my understanding.
Okay, so then you do it starting here. Okay, I'm going to read the thing she would read. You've got a better voice than I do. In the May.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
We are now getting feedback.
Just one moment. Did you have a comment, Alder Harrington McKinney?
Yes, for a clarification, speakers to extend or complete their time will be done at the end of all of the presentations. Is that correct? I just want to be in order.
I'm asking for questions as we go, just in case we lose somebody along the way, Alder.
Okay, and I guess I'm still not having a clarification. The next speaker cannot give her time to the previous speaker, but at what point, and I don't know if the previous speaker completed her her presentation. I just want to be in order when the previous speaker can complete her presentation if she did not. So please, I just want to be in order.
If you wish to ask if she could have more time, we could certainly go back and do that.
Okay. Would that be in order to do that currently, or do?
I'll make an exception, and if the current speaker could wait her turn, wait their turn. Did you wish to?
Yes.
Is everyone agreeable to giving a little bit more time, Robbie?
I was just going to say, I don't know about this committee, but I know that Plan Commission does allow speakers to yield their time to someone else, but then they don't get to speak. So.
Okay. If the group wishes us to do that, we can certainly do that.
It's up to the committee, so.
I'm all right. If the committee wishes it to happen, we can certainly do that. Chris?
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Also, I think we've talked about the equity of just giving folks more time before. So if Alder Harrington McKinney had a question for the registrant, I think that would be fine. And it could be as simple as, would you like to finish? But I just want to be clear that we don't typically just decide to give folks more time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to stay in order. So the previous speaker, I do have a question for the previous speaker.
For Susan?
Yes, Susan. Susan, are you still there?
Yeah, and Gwen, if you wish to yield your time to Susan so she can have more time, it sounds like that's agreeable to the group. But Alder, did you wish to ask your question first?
Okay, I don't want to do both. Susan, were you able to complete your thought?
No, I was not. I have a few things left to say, if I might.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Gwen.
Yes.
Gwen was yielding time. So Alder, would you like to wait until she's finished to ask your question?
So yes, let me make sure that I understand. Gwen is giving her 3 minutes to the previous speaker. Is that what I'm hearing?
Gwen, that was my understanding that you wish to yield your time to Susan, and the commission has said that they're willing to do that.
Thank you very much, Commission. We appreciate that.
Okay, then I'm very clear. I withdraw mine, so I'll allow that yielding of the 3 minutes.
Okay, Susan, you have 3 more minutes.
Thank you very much. I won't even need 3 more minutes, but I totally appreciate that you gave me this opportunity. I'm just going to reiterate this one section in the May piece, and I'm referring to Weinhold, says that Alder Conklin's removal of the north-south bike path, no big loss for the overall bike network, which indicates that this path has no transportation purpose. Madison Bikes also published a misleading video by Weinhold in July on Instagram that again talked about amenities. The organization describes the video as Weinhold arguing that an east-west bike path will connect local families with schools and amenities. Again, amenities are not a transportation purpose. There are currently other safe bike routes to these amenities at a much lower cost to taxpayers. What Craig does not address is the cost of these bike trails and bridges, which run into the millions of dollars. Weinhold urges bikers in this blog on the Madison Bikes website to support for the east-west path and to try to restore the north-south path through the Salt Creek Greenway. Two expensive, unneeded projects that Weinhold himself are valuable for their amenities, not their transit function. Bike paths through Salt Creek do not address the real challenges of crossing busy Old Sauk Road and Gammon Road to get to the amenities. There are many compelling reasons to remove any bike path from the West Area Plan. Negative impacts on the environment, the increase in the severity of climate change, the cost of an unneeded bike path during a time of a 22 million city deficit, and redundant connectivity because bike lanes are already available on High Point Road, Tree Lane, Gammon, and Westfield. We ask you to consider the role of Madison Bikes with its powerful board of directors in overstating the value of bike paths in the Salt Creek Greenway, and consider whether these unnecessary all ages and abilities 10-foot wide paved bike paths and expensive bridge with switchbacks that will destroy thousands of trees just in the construction of the paths is worth the primary purpose of providing amenities. We've urged you to vote to keep the north-south bike path out of the West Area Plan and to remove the east-west bike path and bridge because of their questionable use as bike transportation routes. We are in favor of less expensive, environmentally responsible hiking trails through this incredible natural area for all ages and abilities access. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you again for allowing me to finish my comments.
Sure, that's not something that we've really done at TC before, but if the commission wishes to do it, we certainly can and can consider that in the future. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing no hands, who else do we have?
Next is Jenny Iskandar of St. Lawrence Circle, opposes and wishes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. One of the letters you received in support of the Sauk Creek Greenway bike path mentions students living west of Gammon who are uncomfortable biking on Tree Lane to school. Indeed, any parent who lives west of Gammon will tell you that the section of Tree Lane east of Westfield through the Gammon intersection is challenging before and after school. I have no doubt that student bikers would find this stretch very difficult. In addition to heavy morning and afternoon car, bus, and pedestrian traffic, they also have to maneuver the hill and the curve. To make things worse, over the past 2 years, student bikers have had to deal with an abundance of parked cars along this stretch due to limited school parking during the recent school renovation. To those unfamiliar with this area, this might sound like a compelling reason for the Greenway path, but it doesn't stand up to basic scrutiny. To be clear, a bike path through the Sauk Creek Greenway will not help students avoid the difficult part of Tree Lane. It is also important to note that the proposed Greenway path will start at Brule Circle, which is half a mile north of Tree Lane. It is unlikely any student living south of Brule would choose to backtrack to take a circuitous route through the Greenway just to merge back onto the most difficult section of Tree Lane. If you want to help all students living west of Gammon find a way to improve the stretch of Tree Lane between Westfield and Gammon, the solution is not the Greenway. This example reveals a wider problem with public engagement and decision-making processes present in the city. One vague and unsubstantiated comment in support of the bike path can and has superseded the months of detailed evidence presented by those directly affected by the proposed path. If there was a true need for this bike path, there would not be such overwhelming opposition by area residents. In order to make a reasoned and well-supported decision, City staff must engage with those directly affected by a decision. Throughout this process, staff arguments have focused on general comments and a few random anecdotes, but they've never provided a compelling for the greater good of the city argument. That's because there isn't one. This is a micro neighborhood issue with a huge price tag. It does not belong in the West Area Plan. Please instruct city staff to remove the east-west Greenway path from the West Area Plan. In my opinion, city staff views the Saw Creek Greenway as a solution in search of a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing none. Who else do we have, Aiden?
Next, we have Bonnie Rowe of Somerset Lane, opposes and wishes to speak.
Kara, I'm not seeing Bonnie in attendance currently.
Is there anybody on here who could be Bonnie? Bonnie, are you there? If you are, could you raise your hand? I'm seeing no hands. Maybe we can come back to Bonnie?
Okay. After that, we have Rebecca Bittner of Salt Creek Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. I echo everyone that has spoken that opposed the bike path through the Saw Creek Greenway. Our taxes continue to increase and money could be used much more wisely for us for a path that is not needed. I really urge you guys to look at all the maps that were part of the presentation, and there's limited greenway. So why would we put a bike path that would have little to no benefit to the residents or of our city? So again, I strongly oppose the bike path through Saw Creek Greenway. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering if I could share the floor with Gwen to speak more if she would like to, since I didn't use the rest of my time.
Okay, Gwen is the one who gave up her time for Susan. So you're asking to yield your time to Gwen? Is that correct, Becky?
Yes, that's correct.
Does anybody
Gwen has
have
any
an
more
issue?
things she has to say?
Does anybody on the commission have an issue with that?
That would be the remainder of her time, correct?
Just the remainder of her time. Aiden, you'd have to keep track of that. Gwen, did you have anything else to say? Gwen still there?
Not been created yet. There is no price tag on these plans yet, and so it's hard for us to address it, but seeing what it costs in other areas of the city to build bridges over areas, they're extremely expensive. This is a multi-million-dollar project. It will also take removal of many, many trees. And I think our people in Madison just don't have the money to pay these increase in taxes. And there are so many social services, homeless shelters, other things that need this money to continue to serve our population. A bike path through a greenway is just not the way to be spending our money right now. And it's not necessary or needed or requested. So I really beg you to use the money in better ways. And there are, as in the Northeast plan was showing, there are bike connectivity areas up there in the Northeast that need these bike connections for safety for those people also. We don't need it in our neighborhood. We want other areas to use that bike money in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Alderwoman Durajan, did you have something?
Yes, I wasn't going to object to sharing that time, but I think going forward, it would just make it so much more efficient if registrants just stick to their time and their place in the queue. It's not a practice at council to share times to others, so going forward, I'll be objecting.
Yeah, this is a first for me, but I was not aware that Plan Commission allowed people to do that. So apparently some other groups do as well. So it does make it a little bit tougher to keep track of. Thank you, Alder. Other speakers, Aiden?
Yep. Next, we have Joanne Pritchett of Bayberry Trail, opposes and wishes to speak.
Yes, my name is Joanne Pritchett, a resident of the west side of Madison since 1976, and I'm speaking in opposition to the inclusion of any bike path in Salt Creek Greenway. Why? Residents of the city of Madison know now that our city is facing a $25+ million deficit to be cured by a November 24 referendum. Basic to eliminating a deficit by a household, a county, or a city is a plan to address the deficit by looking at needs and wants. A need, like water, shelter, air, is necessary and or required. A want is a desire, a longing for, a wish for. To ask for a November 2024 referendum yes vote by city administration is to fill its coffers without assessing and determining other pressing and essential City of Madison needs versus the wants of a group like the Bike Federation is fiscally irresponsible from a variety of perspectives. One, is a bike path needed? No. Neighborhoods that will be affected have stated time and time again, no. And the West Area Plan does not have a plan for addressing stormwater concerns or minimizing the destruction of trees for the construction of a bike path. What are the consequences? Evidence cited by climatologists, environmentalists, urban forestry, and others is well documented. Specifically, at stake is the loss of tree canopy and wildlife habitat, resulting in the creation of heat domes resulting from downed trees. The bike path destination, there is no destination. It's the same as a hamster on a wheel. It goes nowhere except around and around and around. If the city of Madison is to survive without deficits, we all must adhere to the same principles of fiscal responsibility and weigh the costs versus the benefits, as well as the needs versus the wants or desires of a group like the Bike Federation. The city of Madison must present a cure before asking property owners to make fiscal adjustments and vote yes on a referendum designed to balance the city's budget. I urge you to remove Salt Creek Greenway from the transportation plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Who else do we have, Aiden?
Next, we have Jim Long of Salt Creek Drive, opposes and wishes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. This committee is charged with approval of all or part of a West Area Plan, which is composed of many projects. In light of the city's looming budget deficit, all proposed projects have to be considered in light of their costs and benefits. In some cases, existing services can be used and money can be saved if individual projects can be eliminated. Also, residents of Madison are being asked to approve a $600 million referendum for the Madison schools. And there was a good article in the Cap Times today attesting to the deplorable conditions of some of the public schools in Madison. These financial burdens to the homeowner cannot be overlooked, and your committee needs to be good fiscal stewards in selecting only necessary projects. I speak tonight to voice my opposition to the inclusion of unneeded bike paths in the West Area Plan. Currently, there are parallel roadways that are functioning and being maintained by the Streets Division. Spending more money on bike paths is unnecessary, duplicates existing routes, and is not a good use of limited financial resources that this city does not have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there questions for the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands. Who else do we have in?
Next is Edmund Gerson of Farmington Way, opposes and is available for questions. The remainder do not wish to speak. They can either
Okay, did we find, I'll ask you to read them in a second. We don't have Bonnie yet. I'm looking at the listing and I don't see any Bonnie. Bonnie, if you're there, can you raise your hand? Okay, I don't believe we have Bonnie. Did you wish to read the other registrants? That would be good. Aiden?
Sure. So Ginny White opposes, Larry White opposes, Judy Bluell opposes, Andrea Strauss opposes, Sharon Schulmeisters opposes, Walt Stevenson opposes, Grace Kwan opposes, Justin Levinson opposes, Andrew Pierres opposes, Deborah Gerson opposes, Ellen Schneiderman opposes, Janet Hirsch opposes, Jay Ford opposes, Julianne Zwiefel opposes, Greg Grigoriev opposes, Nicholas Verban supports, Amy Kell opposes, Mark Hansen opposes, Josh Paul opposes, Jennifer Regius opposes, Peggy Scallon opposes, Nino Amato opposes, Kathy Losby opposes, Ted Losby opposes, Jesse Lassiter opposes, Tatiana Warwick opposes, and Jay Ford opposes.
Okay, thank you. So that's everyone?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So we are going to go back to questions and comments for Ben from TC members and alders who are on the call. So who has comments or questions for Ben? Robbie.
Yeah, perhaps city staff can remind us how long the east-west corridor and specifically the planned overpass of the Beltline has been in the city's bike plan. I mean, I believe that there has been a desire to make a connection for many years. And I know that overpass of the Beltline that would line up with Sauk Creek Greenway has been in there for a long time. So I'm just wondering if they can give us any information on how long that's been in city plans.
Sorry, just for clarification, you're talking about the connection across the Beltline that the plan is showing kind of by Tremor Trail leading into the Old Sauk Trails Business Park?
No, I believe there is one that is, now I can't remember exactly where it is, but it's south of Old Sauk Road. And is it north of Brule? I think it goes through that little tiny park that's next to the Beltline. In that same neighborhood.
Okay, yes. Yes, there is a Sauk Creek Park over there. I guess I'm not sure how far back the history of that cross Beltline connection goes. I don't know if any other staff on the call.
I know that it's been in there as long as before when the Junction Road development happened on the other side of the Beltline. So I'd say at least 25 years.
Okay. Yeah. I'd invite any other staff that might have more background than me to weigh in, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the timeline is for that connection.
And on another transportation issue, when people were talking about the condition of the roads, perhaps engineering can explain their process for which roads are fixed. I don't know if we have anybody from engineering.
Chris Petakowski was on. Chris, are you on? Chris, can you comment on that process of evaluating the condition of the roads and when they'll be upgraded or reconstructed?
Yeah, sure. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so our process is to we rate the streets every other year on a scale of a 1 to 10. And we use that data as well as a number of other factors like sidewalk condition, transit, storm, sanitary, sewer, water mains, and put that all together in a GIS database where we look at all the city's needs and use that to help develop our transportation improvement plan, which we come and present here every February, roughly. So that's kind of our process is we take all those factors into account and score the streets and then propose a number of different treatments, such as something as small as like a crack seal to a street, or all the way up to, chip sealing and resurfacing and then a full reconstruct. So, that process is ongoing throughout the city every year, and not really part of the plan because that's just kind of ongoing, not part of the individual neighborhood plans.
Can you give us an idea how much resurfacing a mile of the road costs, since our budget has been brought up several times?
Yeah, good question. Just I guess we have about 800 miles in the city of street, and our reconstruction budget typically offers us the opportunity to do about 4 to 5 miles a year. So since we can't reconstruct that much because it is so expensive, we do look to the other treatments to try to maintain pavements longer as long as we can. And so resurfacing, we could maybe do in the order of 12 miles or so with that same kind of money. And then with chip sealing, we can get to about 50 to 75 miles with that, with much less money, like only, $4 or $5 million. So that's kind of gives you a little order of magnitude of some of the costs for the street treatments.
Okay, thanks. And since I have you on the line here, what is the timeline for the engineering portion, the flood control portion of the Sauk Creek Greenway project?
That's a good question. I believe that is, being run by our colleagues over in engineering and in our stormwater section. But my understanding, I think, is that they're working on the study, the corridor study, and then when that, when the West Area Plan is done and then the corridor study is done, they would look to implement some construction shortly after that. I'm not certain on the timelines. Again, that's not my section. I'm sorry.
I'm just curious whether it's like next year or 4 years down the road or, something like that, if you had any ideas, but.
I think there was intention to do something in less than 5 years, I believe, if they could.
Okay, thanks. I had a couple questions for traffic engineering as well.
Sure. I think Yang and Renee are on.
Okay. So Tree Lane has been mentioned a couple of times. And I've been over to that area a few times just to familiarize myself with the conditions and things like that. But preparing for this meeting, I just looked at Google Street View a couple of times to remind myself what things look like. And it just happened that all the locations that I looked at actually had cars parked in what I think people think are bike lanes. So if you could just clarify, are those actually supposed to be bike lanes? And if so, why are people parking there? And if not, what is the plan if we choose not to have an east-west corridor? What's the plan to make Tree Lane with proper bike facilities?
Sure. I think that's a good question. Yeah. People do park there. It is not a fully dedicated bike lane. And I think, obviously the simple thing is we can sign it, no stopping, standing, or parking, and do some enforcement over in that area, just as a starting point for the one side of the street where there is parking that's going on fairly regularly. In terms of making a higher quality facility, I think, like with the Northeast plan, that we would rate this facility as part of our prioritization. And if it ranks towards the top, there would be a possibility of then, looking at funding through Bikeways or through Safe Streets Madison to move forward with a higher quality facility. But something that we could do right now is just signing and beginning to enforce that bike lane on the one side that is used kind of for both purposes.
Okay. So as of now, there's not officially bike lanes on that side of the street.
So that's official bike lane on that side of the street. So there are bike lanes on both sides of the street, and there's parking on one side of the street. So yeah, you are correct. Sometimes there are cars parked in the bike lane. I think that definitely, we need to do a better job enforcing that. And we can also look into how can we improve signing so people understand that better.
Okay. And then my other question was, I was looking at the high injury network, and I noticed that portions of Farmington and Westfield were identified as part of the high injury network. So if you could just maybe explain why those are part of the high injury network or what caused them to be part of the high injury network?
Sure. Obviously the high injury network looks at crashes of all types, right? So bike crashes, as well as pedestrian and bicycle crashes. I mean, actually motor vehicle crashes are probably the bigger driving factor because there are so many of them compared to pedestrian and bicycle crashes. And so, that even if there are low or no reported pedestrian and bicycle crashes, if there are various types of motor vehicle crashes, whether they're serious or fatal, or there's just enough lower injury crashes to sort of rise it up to the top as a place where a serious or fatal crash could happen, then it would end up on the high injury network.
Okay. I was kind of surprised to see those streets on the high injury network, and so I just thought I'd find out why they were there. So I think that's all the questions that I have at this time. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Robbie. Alder Conklin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there you go. Thank you. So I'm not sure exactly which staff to direct this question to, but I did hear a lot of folks, have concerns about the budget and the money and the deficit that we're in. So I would just love for one of the staff to be able to explain that the money's there, where it came from, how it's there. Is there anybody here to do that?
I can speak to things in a general fashion and how budget relates to area planning efforts. The plan itself is not a commitment that the council will be spending funds on all of these planned improvements, whether it's parkland expansion or road reconfiguration or bike routes. It is simply a look at applying the city's priorities as expressed in the comprehensive plan to these specific areas. It does require council action to actually budget funds for any and all of these major projects, and so none of them would happen without further council deliberation, I would say, to allocate funds to major projects. There might be perhaps some smaller projects that might be handled under more general programs like the Safe Streets Madison program. But for bigger ticket items, that's part of budget deliberations. And then I would also mention sometimes the city is able to secure grants for some projects. And so sometimes the city can get things funded through means other than the general fund or property tax levy. And really, it's very helpful for things to be shown in plans that we want to do to support grant applications. We're far more likely to be able to be successful in grant applications if improvements are shown in adopted plans as something that is the policy of the city. So hopefully that addresses some of what you're talking about, but happy to talk about other components as well. And I think Yang may have some other elements as well.
Go ahead and add to it, Yang.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think Ben had a really good, summary from general perspective. I also want to add that, many of the things that identified in the area plan are capital improvements in nature. So, the budget deficit we're talking about right now, the $22 million budget deficit, that's mostly in the operating budget. So I think it will be a lot easier for the city to take on some of the capital projects in the future. Again, as Ben mentioned, many of the good projects could potentially be funded by federal grants or state grants, which city has been going after very actively, and also we have had very good results with them. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang, so much. And I'm wondering too, you were starting to hit on it, the money that we have budgeted already, this is old money, if we could say that. You know what I'm saying? Things that are getting approved is money that we already have. Or can someone speak on how much money we have in the parks budget or in the stormwater utility budget? Because all these things are not just coming out of one certain thing. And I'm talking specifically for the Sauk Creek Greenway. So all these things are not specifically coming out of that budget. So is there anyone to speak on or elaborate a little bit more to where you were kind of going to, Yang? There's things that have been approved that are coming from money that we have already put aside that has certain qualifications that it has to go towards stormwater or, greenway space.
Who can field that question?
Well, I'd be happy to just sort of say, I don't have the breakdown of the numbers there, but in terms of the area plans, these are 10-year plans that don't really commit us to doing anything. So the projects or capital improvements that might be in these plans are not something that have to happen in the next 10 years. Including them in these plans, certainly makes them more likely. If things are not in an area plan, then they're almost certainly not going to happen. But just because things are included in plans, I mean, there are things that are in plans and then they're in the same plan 10 years later and still don't happen in 20 years. There's no appropriation happening with the plan. And I think Yang did a great job pointing out, the city gets a lot of money for capital improvements from grants that doesn't really necessarily relate to our operating budget. The operating budget issues with the city are really tied to how the legislature has basically disallowed municipal operating budgets to keep up with inflation. So that's why there's such a crunch with our annual operating budget. But there's no appropriation going on with the West Area Plan. So I don't know if that helps, but that's best I can do.
And I'd kind of mention you were talking kind of about different pots of money, Alder Conklin, and that's definitely the case. I mean, for example, developers, when they do a new residential project, have to pay park impact fees. And those funds have to be used to purchase or improve new parkland. They can't really be spent on anything else. And so there are, other similar, accounts or funds within the city where funding is dedicated towards one specific use and can't necessarily be shifted around. So that is definitely the case for some expenditures.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's the area that I was trying to get to. So I appreciate you guys working with me to get me there. I think you guys have worked diligently on this West Area Plan. I think, you guys have invested a lot of time and energy. I think you guys have done all this work with what was best for the city. And I hope that this does get approved. So thank you guys for your time.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments? I would just like to say 2 people who are members of the public have their hands up, and we already heard from the public, so there really isn't an opportunity for interaction at this point. So that's why I'm not paying attention to hands that are raised over there. Thank you. Then Pepe, go ahead. I'll save my question. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for everybody that has spoken, all the staff supporting this plan. It definitely takes a lot of effort and work to put a plan like this together. And my apologies because I lost connection. I had to restart my computer at some point, right in between public comment and Robbie's questions. So I am wondering if maybe this question was asked in that time window, but I'm just going to ask it just in case. I remember from when we talked about the Sauk Creek Greenway in the past that we, one of the main topics that we talked about there was, this whole conversation around the opportunity to look into creating multi-use path or etc. was coming from the need of doing stormwater management, and how that original project of stormwater management placed certain needs of building a access road and having to intervene there in a way that was opening the door for potential creation of paths. So again, we might have talked about this already, but I just wanted to ask that question. Like, is that still the situation that we're working with? Like, is this because, and the reason why I ask is because if I go to the plan itself, and let me just find the page here, I believe is Page 26. Page 26, number 9 says, during the Sauk Creek Greenway Corridor Plan, use detailed engineering data to consider the impacts and benefits of adding an all ages and abilities shared use path to make an east-west connection across the Greenway. So the language there is very clear in terms of, this is not like something that is set in stone. On the opposite, is an opportunity that is out there for using data and making sure that we're analyzing for the creation of this path, if all that study comes with the answer. So I don't really, it's kind of like a comment / question, maybe for Ben, maybe for, I think, let me look through the list here. I think Chris was here too. So maybe it's for one of them. But is this still the context? Like, is water management, stormwater management first thing? And then the way the plan is written is just for opening the door for analyzing and potentially creating this path. Is this the language that we're going to be proposing?
So maybe I can talk a little bit, and then maybe Ben can fill in what the actual plan specific language is. But the background is that you were mentioning, Pepe, is correct. The stormwater group does want to address erosion issues through the Greenway. Generally, if they wanted to fix it up, they would like to have an access road or an access path to be able to do that again in the future without a giant project. That kind of did bring up discussions about it could be a joint use of a ped bike path, shared use path as well, instead of just an access path for engineering workers. And right now, the current language in the plan is not proposing the north-south multi-use path, but it is, I'll defer to Ben on the exact language, but looking into the possibilities of an east-west path. So and depending on as I mentioned, there's the west area plan that's kind of, this big, and then there's a corridor plan that our stormwater group is doing for just the Sauk Creek Greenway that will provide some guidance after, getting the overarching themes from the west area plan. They'll dive into it a little deeper and come up with proposals for if there's any work to be done with an engineering project. And then at that point, we'd budget for the project and design it, build it, construct it.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges with this plan and any plan like this is that, we don't do all of the full design as the plan is being produced, and so we have to be, careful as we're drafting the language in the plan and the mapping to, try to account for various considerations and allow some flexibility to adjust, final designs when those are done. I think talking about kind of expense in the past, I think it would be prohibitively expensive to do final designs on everything that's being considered in these plans, and may, kind of prevent a lot of that stuff from happening in the end if that was the kind of level and expectation. So the language that you referenced is for that possible east-west connection, and is included in there to try to ensure that it's reviewed and considered as part of the design process that Chris was talking about, and analyzed through that design process. It doesn't 100% say that it's absolutely going to be included as part of that design process, because we want to make sure it is, evaluated and makes sense as that detailed design is done.
Thanks, Ben and Chris, and I really appreciate that. You know, the way that everything is being worded there. And I guess what I'm trying to here understand or giving you guys the opportunity to to expose is that I'm pretty sensitive to what all the people commenting had to say, and I really appreciate people bringing forward all of their concerns. Want to make sure that we're accounting for that. It sounds to me though like that we are doing that, in a way with a plan in place. First people understanding that probably the connecting to their concerns with tree canopy and environmental impact, just knowing that most likely the major impact will come from a necessary work that is coming from stormwater management, and as a side project there's a potential there for using that as an excuse for connectivity and a path and a walk, bike, all age sustainability path, and knowing that the plan is accounting for that, it kind of gives me that pace that we're accounting for that concern, and also knowing that we in the plan is not the northwest path is not in there anymore. I feel like I personally like that too. I agree with many of the people that share their comments about the necessity to focus on making the other roads parallel, more all ages and abilities, as a good opportunity here. So thank you. I appreciate your explanation.
Thanks, Pepe. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Thanks to the questions and comments from the public and from my fellow commissioners and staff. Thanks for really good explanations. It's extremely helpful. So I have a hypothetical question that would help me kind of sort this out. Let's just say the east-west path was removed from the greenway. Would that corridor study that you talked about, Chris, would that still occur to look at stormwater issues, erosion issues, and things in the greenway?
Yes. Yep. It would. Yep.
Okay, great. Because I really have concerns about, and this is where sometimes things are really tough on Transportation Commission, because it feels like we've got competing interests trying to weigh themselves out. And there have been times where we have made decisions to, increase access for all ages, all abilities, and it did have a negative impact on trees. And in this case, I just feel like there's other alternatives like Tree Lane that folks talked about, especially if there could be some improvements there, signalizing and other things, so that it felt like a safer route that would not have the negative impact on this ecosystem that's in the greenway. So I still feel like there's other alternatives, and removing this, the path, east-west path, the greenway would still get looked at for, other reasons and have support for what it needs. And then we could really focus on existing infrastructure to make it better for bike paths. So, I'm feeling like we're in this kind of place of having to decide which kid we like better, and it's uncomfortable. And I understand, Ben, what you're saying, that the plan. I mean, I do strategic planning all the time, so I understand this. But that the plan doesn't commit to taking an action; it just puts it on the table. But I do have concerns that if it's on the table and remains on the table, that there'll be forward motion towards it happening at some point. And I have concerns about the environmental impact. So, that's what I've got for now. So thank you.
Thanks, Denise. I just wanted to talk about and follow up on what Pepe said. He read this section that said, during the Sauk Creek Greenway Corridor Plan, use detailed engineering data to consider the impacts and benefits of adding an all ages and abilities shared use path to make an east-west connection across the Greenway to Walnut Grove Park. And I wanted to continue on. I'm reading from the TC memo. Any all ages and abilities path should be designed using environmentally sensitive best practices and minimizing impacts to trees and other vegetation, wildlife habitat, and adjacent properties. So what I'm trying to balance myself is, it sounds like, Ben, you've tried to be very careful in saying we would consider, and in considering this, we would take all of these factors into account that have been discussed by everybody. And you're also responding to the motion that TC made back in December when we said, we supported leaving the shared use path connection in the Sauk Creek Greenway, but recommend leaving it in the plan, but recommend enormous caution and study with exploration of other alternatives. And TC feels an east-west connection is enormously important. And so I just wanted you to reiterate for us, Ben. It sounds like you really took what we said to heart and basically explored other alternatives, took the north-south out, left the east-west in, because we identified that connection as being enormously important, but still couched it in language that said option, consider, and all of these other factors have to be taken into account. So that's a long comment, but it's just kind of wrapping a lot of what everybody's been saying together into what I see as your recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to certainly, obviously, be responsive to the Commission's past discussion. And so that obviously weighed into things as we looked at the plan and revisions to the plan. And as you mentioned, we did remove that north-south route and kind of replaced it with parallel routes to the east and west to serve all ages and abilities riders. But wanted to, maintain the option along with, the language that you cited for the east-west connection to be reviewed as part of the more detailed design process that is being undertaken as part of the Sauk Creek corridor design. And so, I think that, that language is, pretty firm direction to the team that's going to be undertaking or is already starting to undertake that corridor design process. And if that's the way things stand as the plan continues through the process, I think that does give them something to work with as they do the detailed evaluation of the whole corridor.
Thanks, Ben. Other comments or questions? Robbie?
Well, since we're into comments instead of questions, I'm just going to jump in and say that I do feel the east-west corridor is absolutely critical to connectivity in this area. It is approximately a little short of 1 mile from Old Sauk Road to Tree Lane. Asking somebody, Old Sauk Road is not an all ages and abilities bicycle network. It is very uncomfortable, even really, quite honestly, for an experienced bicyclist like me. People speed, they're going to, it's not a great way to get east-west. Tree Lane right now has got parked cars over by Gammond. You've got a lot of teenagers driving, parking. There's just a lot of activity going on. There are other connections on either side of Saw Creek Greenway, halfway through Walnut, what's it called? Walnut Grove? I want to call it Walnut Grove. Is that right? Park?
Yes, Walnut Grove Park is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew it was Walnut something, and I just couldn't remember off the top of my head. Walnut Grove Park gives us an option there. People can get onto Colony. On the other side, they can get onto Brule. They can get onto Saw Creek Drive to get up to apartments that are up in the north west corner. And there's probably a lot of kids that are trying to get to Gillespie Middle School, Memorial High School, Lucier Center. And we need that connection. Tree Lane, as it stands now, is not a great connection. You may see bicyclists on there, but what I've learned over many years is that it's not the bicyclists you see, it's the bicyclists you don't see. It's the people who would use a bike or not need a ride from their parents or take a ride instead of getting in the car, but they don't feel comfortable now. This is what we are providing them. It's not just a nice amenity, as someone said. It is a transportation connection. And if we are to face the 21st century challenges of greenhouse gases, it's not just trees, it's cutting down on car trips. And one way to do that is to give people alternatives. Not needing to expand those roads, that's a budget issue. It is a lot cheaper to build and maintain a pedestrian bicycle connection than expand a road, or even, to be quite honest, maintain a road that is heavily traveled by cars. So we are providing these connections. And we don't know how long it's going to be for this to happen. We don't know if it's possible. We don't know where the funding's coming from. But a lot of these connections, a lot of these paths that we do build get federal funding, and that money is not going to social services or to fix our roads. That is going to somebody else's community that wants to build a bike ped connection. And so if we put it in the plan, there's a chance we might be able to build it. We don't put it in the plan, there is no chance we're going to be able to build it. And I brought up the underpass of the Beltline because way back when Junction Road was built, there was an easement reserved for an overpass or an underpass. I think an overpass, actually. And that was well over 25 years ago. Because we've been talking about it, we've been talking about the need for a way to get across the Beltline between Old Sauk Road and Mineral Point Road. We've been talking about it for as long as I can actually remember talking about non-motorized connections in that area. And the path through the Greenway provides that connection to that planned overpass, which hopefully in my lifetime will be built. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who'd like to be able to get over to the grocery store or Target over at Junction Road without going through Old Sauk Road or Mineral Point Road. We need these connections. It may not look like it's going anywhere, but it connects to local roads. And these are transportation options. I also just have to point out that there were some inaccuracies about Madison Bikes. I just have to point this out. because my name was invoked directly. I have not taken a position, except that I've been very clear that I think the east-west connection is important. Anyone is welcome to write a blog post for us. All of our blog posts are up there. If somebody wants to write a blog post, you can send it in to us. We have invited many people to send in blog posts. Just happens that Craig took us up on it because he felt very strongly about this. The board of directors has not taken any position. We have no affiliation with Wisconsin Bike Fed, and we don't even have a budget. So it amuses me to no end that we are being called this powerful group because we don't have a budget. We're volunteers too, sitting around the kitchen table just like everybody else. And we represent more than just the people that may decide to commute to work that are officially counted. We also represent people going to the grocery store, the library, their children's school, their neighbor's house, and things like that. But on this committee, I was appointed to represent bicyclists, not to represent Madison Bikes, but to represent bicyclists. And I see my role as not just representing bicyclists, but representing anyone who is trying to go someplace without a car. So I just want to make that clear that pedestrians, transit users, I don't know what those one-wheel things called, people rolling, whether it's in a wheelchair or a stroller, I consider those people that I'm representing as well. And those people need a connection so they don't have to go a mile out of their way to get across the Sauk Creek Greenway. And I would like to see.
Oh, you got muted, Robbie. Robbie, you got muted.
Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry. I would like to see the plan so that we can see if it's something the city wants to fund. But unless we put it in the plan, we're never going to see those plans. Then we can make a decision whether it gets built, whether it gets funded, and whether it is a priority. But I think we still need to leave it in the plan so that we can at least have a chance of having this connection that I feel is absolutely critical. End of rant.
Thanks for your comments, Robbie. Other comments? Chris.
Since we seem to be getting into comments, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
And would you like are these two separate items?
No, we're moving them as one. We
Okay.
combined them for consideration as one.
Okay, then I will move approval of items 6 and 7, adopting the amendments to the West Area Plan and to the comprehensive plan.
I'm sorry, the last adopting the amendments to the West.
Adopting the amendments to the comprehensive plan of the West Area Plan, related to the West Area Plan.
Okay. And what about the recommendations in the memo that were additions to that?
Both items are listed as amendments to the comprehensive plan, so I'm not sure how to phrase this. But
There was I'm not meaning to say how you write your motion. I'm just asking a question because there was a request from staff for TC to support an additional recommended change to the plan that was listed in the memo that's currently not in the plan, correct, Ben?
Oh, yes. So
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, there was that question in the memo about shifting that cross belt line connection from Tokay to the east, and whether the TC would want to endorse that, and if you do, whether it should be shown as planned on-street route as a protected bike facility.
So yes, I will include that in the motion, the relocation and on-street bike facilities, and then we can have discussion on that if we need to.
Okay, just a second, I'm writing. Cross belt line. Connection to the east, plus including in planned on street. Protected. I'm going to read this and see how we did. Approval of items 6 and 7, adopting the amendments to the comprehensive plan related to the West Area Plan, including the recommendation of staff to cross for the cross beltline connection. I'm sorry, for moving. I missed a word there. The cross beltline connection to the east, and to include it in the planned on-street protected bike route. Is that correct? I'll read that again. Approval of items 6 and 7, adopting the amendments to the comprehensive plan related to the West Area Plan, including the recommendations of staff for moving the cross beltline connection to the east, and to include it in the planned on-street protected bike route. Did I get that okay, Ben?
Yeah, I think so. If there's just a kind of a reference to, like, as illustrated in the memo, that would kind of, really lock it in, I think.
As illustrated in staff's memo to TC? Okay.
I mean, it's up to Chris to confirm or not.
Chris, is that okay? Okay. Alder Martinez Rutherford?
I heartily second.
Okay. All right. So do you want me to read that one more time before we start talking about it? Has everybody got it? We good? Robbie, do you have comments?
I actually just had a question about whether staff needed any kind of guidance on the north-south options that were presented to us, specifically on High Point Road. Or is that just, can we just leave that the way it is until further study is done?
Renee, you turned your camera on.
Yeah, I don't know, Ben, if you want me to just jump in on that one.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that we need more. I mean, we're just kind of showing some of the ways that it could work. But when a project would move forward, we'd obviously do a lot more work around gathering some data and looking at cross sections and kind of perfecting what a design was. Those are more kind of just an illustration of the types of things that we would be looking at doing.
Okay, thanks. Just checking.
Chris.
Okay, great. I think if I could, I just speak quickly to the motion.
Sure. Absolutely.
Just a few things. I think regarding everyone from the public who weighed in, we appreciate all the input. I wish folks could feel like they were heard. I assure folks that everyone was heard. We're balancing lots of viewpoints, lots of considerations, lots of plans, and it's hard to please everyone sometimes. And also, based on past experiences with some controversial items, I can assure folks that members of the commission did their homework, went out and looked at the Sauk Creek Greenway and sort of weighed all the considerations. So just wanted to throw that out there. Also appreciate the hard work by staff. I know this took a lot of wrangling. There were some contentious meetings. Some staff called out personally. So just appreciate the work on that. I think I'm aside from all the controversy around Sauk Creek Greenway and things, I'm really happy that this plan is moving forward. As a member of Transportation Commission and Plan Commission, we are often faced with trying to piece together disparate pieces of old neighborhood plans that often don't agree with each other. So this is part of a bigger effort to take ideas that have been living in institutional knowledge and bike and pedestrian plans and neighborhood plans and put them all in one place, so that things aren't a surprise. We have a cohesive vision, and so I'm glad we're doing that with this first round of area plans. And I think we learned some lessons in how to do these area plans. So I think that covers just about everything that I was thinking. So yeah.
Thanks, Chris. And I also want to emphasize that I've read everything that was submitted from the public, every word, and certainly take it to heart. And I really appreciate staff and the amount of time that you have spent on this, and the way that you clearly responded to what TC spent a great deal of time talking about in December, by exploring other options and eventually deciding to remove the north-south path through the Greenway, but recognizing that TC felt an east-west connection was enormously important. And just as we decided in December, leaving the possibility of exploring an east-west path through the Greenway is what that motion entails. It doesn't mean it will be built. It just retains the possibility, but also clearly emphasizes the importance of all of the concerns of everybody who spoke and all of the emails that we saw and everybody on the commission who's expressed their concerns as well. So, Denise.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. This is one last affirmation for me before, because I know we're probably ready to vote pretty soon. So I assume, and I want to check to make sure my assumption's accurate, that if the plan as it's stated and amended now passes, then when if the Sauk Creek Greenway were to be considered for an east-west connection, that would be coming back to TC.
I can probably jump in on that as well. So yes, the idea is it would become a part of the corridor study. We would start to look at it in more detail. It would be a part of that public process as well, which also has would, however, eventually be coming back to the Transportation Commission with the approval of the corridor study, if that element remains part of the plan.
And that corridor study would give us the environmental impact and give us the kind of the quote unquote cost benefit analysis of doing that versus, some other alternatives for east-west connectivity.
Yeah. When it comes back, we'd have a better idea of where it would go, what that alignment would look like, what that design would look like, and kind of what the costs would be for that. And obviously, then, you could compare it to other kinds of projects. It's, and it would then need to be funded to actually be constructed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Renee. I appreciate that.
Okay, other comments or discussion? Bill.
Thanks, Ann. I was really torn on this, and I think what really helped me was when I went out to look at the corridor, the Greenway, and it gave me that feeling like there's another neighborhood on the other side over there, but I can't see it and I can't get to it, and it's like a belt line. It has the same feel because you're just not there, and so. It still has a ways to go, and it's got to meet muster as far as whether it can be built is a big question. It's just kind of like, there's some places where we just can't build, even though we know there's a need for it, we just can't build things. So I think this is, by keeping it in the plan, it's there, but it's certainly not a done deal yet as far as I'm concerned in my mind, but I do see the value of that's a long ways between Old Sauk and Mineral Point. So that was kind of when I went out there to see it, I got a much better appreciation for that separation, if you will. It's almost like a belt line, if you will, that separates you from your fellow neighbors. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very grateful for this discussion that we've had. And just to recap is that we took the time to really go through and listen to the public comments. And so I'm very thankful because one of the recommendations is that, that additional time would not be allowed, but we gave space for that. And so that is so critically important. And so that's why I stand. I am reminded of Jeffrey Trails. I was the alder for Jeffrey Trails, and Jeffrey Trails was put into the plan, and the city went in and did some remodeling, readjusting, and allowed the community to be comfortable with the improvements that they made. And then the city came back and said, now it's time for us to do the extension of Jeffrey Trail. And we fought very hard that the community voices were heard. I am very confident that community voices were heard. I'm very confident in the work that city staff has done. And I will not be able to support this because if it's in the plan, and I hear what you say is that it just means that, and Denise, thank you for confirming that as this moves forward, it will come back before the Transportation Commission, for a deeper consideration in terms of costs and all of that. And so I get that. But where I sit now is that please register me as a no. But I do appreciate that we on this commission took the time to listen to the committee and made thoughtful decisions and discussions based upon what we heard. And I am grateful for that, but please register me for a no.
Thanks, Alder. Other discussion? I'm going to read back the motion. It's on the floor. Approval of items 6 and 7, adopting the amendments to the comprehensive plan related to the West Area Plan, including the recommendations of staff for moving the cross beltline connection to the east and including in the planned on-street protected bike path as illustrated in staff's memo to TC. Now I heard Alder Harrington McKinney say she wished to be recorded as no. If I assume a unanimous consent vote, are there others who also wish to vote no or abstain? If there are a number, we may want to just do a roll call vote to have it be clear. Denise?
Yeah, I kind of wish they hadn't gotten bundled together because I support the cross belt line, and I'm still not okay with the Greenway connected route. So if they're still going to stay bundled, I'm likely to vote no as well. So I would appreciate a roll call.
Okay. Right now we have a motion on the table, which includes everything. Which I just read. So Aiden, if you could call the roll, please. And right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 members. So 6 votes in favor would be required to pass the motion.
All right. So Juliana Bennett.
Alder Bennett, are you there? You want to come back to Alder Bennett?
Sure. MGR Govindarajan.
Yes.
Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford,
Yes.
Barbara Harrington McKinney,
No.
Robbie Weber,
Yes.
Denise Jeffs,
No.
Pepe Barros,
Yes.
Chris McCahill,
Yes.
Bill Bremer,
Yes.
and back to Alder Bennett.
Alder Bennett, are you there?
One, two, three, four, five.
Okay, if Alder Bennett is not voting and I'm not voting, we would have, I counted 6 yeses and 2 nos. Would that be right?
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. And for the record, if I needed to vote, I would have voted yes as well. So, but with 6 yeses, the motion is carried. So, a lot of really important discussion, a lot of really important listening, a lot of great work by staff. And we'll look forward to seeing some of these things in the future as projects. So thanks, everybody. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 8. Renee, an update on the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard.
All right. And Sean Malloy is here with me tonight because he
Okay.
worked on the plans and he'll talk about those. But as you remember, we have some funding to make some improvements along the East Mifflin Bike Boulevard. And at our public meeting, one of the things that was on the list of potential improvements in an area where we have higher volumes of cars in each hour than really meets our guidelines for Bike Boulevard. One of the things that we presented just as a general idea was that we could do a motor vehicle traffic diverter to kind of curb just people driving the full length of the Bike Boulevard to avoid driving, say, on East Washington. What we want to do, though, is do a test to kind of see what impacts this would have on sort of the overall neighborhood and if it really has a positive impact on the Bike Boulevard and some of the things that we've seen there. So Sean has drawn up a couple of different options that we've talked with stormwater engineering to make sure there are things that we could build permanently that would not have a negative impact on stormwater. As we know, particularly this summer, that is something that is concerning. So I can turn it over to Sean to talk about the diverter options and just get your feedback generally on the options and the idea of holding a test this summer to look at impacts.
Sounds good. I will share my screen and we're off. As Renee said, we have some funding for improvements, East Mifflin. So we consulted with Tool Design Group, and they recommended a series of things for the Bike Boulevard. One of them was this diverter at Mifflin and Patterson. We held a neighborhood meeting about a month ago and talked through these options, and then we decided that we would run a test to see what the impacts would be on the surrounding streets. So we came up with 2 concepts for the diverter. Concept 1 is pretty much a bump out, a larger bump out. This is pretty similar to the design that we have at Blair and Mifflin and Kendall and I believe cross street is Franklin.
Franklin.
And so we have two of these, similar designs out there. We've had pretty good results there. But we also thought of option 2, which is kind of a newer design. For us, we don't have any of these in the city that I could think of. The idea is, basically to have a traffic island and then have bikes go on the other side of the island, and have the through traffic on one side, so it completely separates those movements. So this one we're kind of calling option 2. I guess some pros and cons. I'll go back to option 1. So the pros of option 1 are the snow removal is much easier in the winter. It's just one area. Plows will be able to clean that out pretty easily. Some of the cons of this option, I guess, would be the cost, and then the maintenance of the delineators that we would have right now at Blair and Mifflin. We have delineators that we have during the summer, and then in the winter we take them out so that plows can go through for maintenance. So that's work that our shop has to do every year. So that's I guess a con. But in the winter, it's probably going to be more clear. Which kind of leads us to option 2. This option, to us is a more cost-effective option. You don't have to disturb the existing curb that's there. Instead, you just cut in, a traffic island, much less disturbance. It narrows up the approach so that it's less. There's less incentive for someone to go the wrong way, down there, which we have seen, a little bit at the other intersections with the other design. So for us, we thought that this design might tighten that up and make it less incentivizing to do that. Also, if bikes are kind of at that on the northern curb, they don't really have to cross over. It's always stops, so it's not really that awkward of a movement, but it is kind of nice they can just go straight through there. So that is a benefit. But the con, the big con, I guess, that would be that the snow maintenance is going to be more difficult. It's going to need a different type of snow removal. Plow, and it may not be cleared as fast as the other option. So that's kind of the pros and cons. So I was hoping to get some feedback on what the what the commission thinks of these options. We're certainly going to come back for final approval if pending the results of the test. So if you don't feel too strongly right now, you'll have another chance when we come back. Those are the 2 options. So if there's any questions, I'd love to hear them.
I believe we have somebody registered to speak on this. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. We have one person.
Yeah. So Chris, if we could hold the comments and questions until after we hear from the public.
So we have William Stedden of East Mifflin Street supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
I don't need to speak. You guys have been going for a long time with lots of stuff. So I just want to say I support it, and I think it's really cool that you're proposing this. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody have a question for him? For the registrant? Okay, seeing no hands. Chris, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thanks. So my gut is that I'm in favor of the first option. Although I appreciate sort of playing with other options, and I do see some of the benefits of that one. This one just seems like it's tested and sort of simple and elegant. So that's just my gut. I am wondering one thing, and one thing I like about this is that it keeps the bikes towards the center of the road, which sort of promotes this bike boulevard concept versus folks feeling like they should veer out of the travel lane at every intersection. I'm wondering why. I think it's probably cost, but why, or if you considered bump outs on both sides to sort of keep the center line where it is, so where the parking stops on, the lower portion of this drawing, there'd be a bump out, and then sort of a mirrored bump out on the other side.
That is a good question. So cost was a part of it. But also, there were some drainage concerns because that's where the inlets are. So, and we have been having some, drainage issues on Mifflin. So that was another consideration. But I'd be happy to go back and, explore that as an option because I get what you're saying. It's kind of nice to have, it all kind of pushed towards the middle. You don't have to have this awkward shift. But those were kind of the two factors why we didn't show that as a option right away. But we'd be happy to go back and explore that.
Cool. And then you said you're going to do a trial?
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess.
How do you plan to do that?
Yes. So we have. That I can go into that more. So we do have, I guess it's called Quick Curb, where we kind of set up curb around, and then we'll have portable, temporary signage out there. And then we're going to wait until school is back in session. So likely September, when the bike traffic will probably be the heaviest, before the weather turns. And then our intention was to study before and after, at least 2 weeks of data, before we test it, and then 2 weeks after at least. So that was kind of the, our plan, I guess. And then, we'd come back to this commission and show the data and, what we found. So that was kind of our thought for the test.
Great, thanks. I think that's all I was thinking.
Thanks, Chris. Pepe, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Sean, for the presentation. Same as Chris, I appreciate the two options, and a thoughtful presentation here. Although I'm having I want to understand a couple things here, and coming from the experience of commuting by bike in the winter, I understand that the option one, the one that we're looking at right now, has certain plowing benefits, but at the same time, my experience has been that in the winter, plowing ends up pushing the snow and the slush towards the bike lane, and many times blocking part of it, half of it, or all of it. So my concern regarding winter here would be if that happens with option one in place, then we're looking at high chances of cyclists having to actually ride on the opposite direction lane in order to get through that. I understand that option two, it poses a challenge on the other side of, requiring different equipment that I'm not sure if we have. If we have it, great, but most likely a different schedule and, all the other maintenance challenges that you were mentioning. But it also provides that, layer of safety that can happen when you are riding next to a pile of plowed snow, now having the option 2 being fully separated, and also, and this is more of a personal feeling, but I feel like it's really cool. It's like a pedestrian island combination with creating a special place for cyclists. So I would personally incline to number 2, but I would love to hear from you, Sean, about my concerns with plowing and what can happen where the plowed snow goes.
Yeah, I can maybe jump in on that too. So I think, obviously with this option 2, it is next to a park, so it is something that could be done at the same time as the sidewalk is done, but obviously that's a different schedule than the road is done. So they will not be aligned with each other. So in the winter, if someone comes and that isn't cleared yet, they likely will, go into the other direction, travel lane, if there's no motor vehicle waiting there. So that is definitely a downside, because this would need to be timed up with the clearing of the park sidewalk, because there isn't there's not something that's in the area that's going to be able to clear that space. So that's a downside. But obviously, that is also kind of a smaller number of days of the year that we're seeing snow, but we're seeing big snows when we see them. On option 1, obviously it's just going to come through with a regular street plow. It's going to be able to fit through that space. And, they're going to try to push that clear of the bump out like they do at intersections. Obviously it depends on the amount of snow, how heavy it is, how successful they are at clearing that out and getting it over more into, the terrace or the parking lane. But it is something that's going to be done. Right, they're going to come through. They're going to do it with a full-size plow that's already doing the rest of Mifflin Street. So there's going to be, there's not going to be a timing difference. They're going to clear that whole intersection at one time, and then they're going to try to get that snow up onto the terrace when they do that. But obviously, it's not a perfect system.
Renee, would you mind? Thank you for the answer.
Yeah.
Would you mind talking more about the benefits of option 2? Like, why is it on the table, or like why you all thought about that one as a valid option?
Sure. So, obviously, we thought about it because it is going to be cheaper, and we want to make some other improvements along East Mifflin. We had talked about doing some bump outs down by the Youth Arts Center, maybe doing a race crossing, and a few other things that were kind of prioritized at the public meeting. So this lets our money go further. Also, I think we felt like there could be a reduction in the number of people who ignore the do not enter under this scenario. We definitely have some instances with all of the current diverters that are like the other design, where people feel, it gives them enough space that people who want to disregard the do not enter feel more comfortable perhaps with that other scenario. Particularly, we will put up some delineators, but they get hit. So that's also something, that we factor into it. We have to replace delineators when they're hit, and we do take them out seasonally to facilitate that plowing. So I don't feel like either one is, sort of the perfect, right, design. Each has some pros and cons. So we're just curious if people kind of had a feeling that they wanted us to go forward with the test with kind of the traditional design that have used previously, or trial kind of this different, less expensive sort of build option.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Renee. And I guess if it's for the testing purposes, I would personally incline towards testing number 2, because the other one being more of a traditional shape, we can potentially get data from other experiences or other places where we have done it. On the opposition, we can just test this new design and see how people react, and what's the overall feedback, and kind of get what would happen if we were to try this new thing. And I feel like it also opens up to the fact that we can create, protected bikeways in other places. I feel like this would also push to open our minds and the other people, users' mind, to kind of expect from the city and from us to do this kind of work in other places, which I really like. And yeah, I mean, it's something new, it's something creative, it's cheaper, and I really like the idea of having those resources for other projects that we can accomplish in the same timeline. So, yeah. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Pepe. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, quick question. When you do the test, what are you measuring?
So I think, we're going to look at like impacts on traffic volumes, if there's any impacts on speeds. Also, we want to see if there's a diversion to Dayton Street, right? Like we see an increase there. I think we want to try and collect some information about people ignoring it, which obviously I think during a test, we might have a higher rate of people ignoring the do not enter because it's new, and with a temporary, it'll be a little bit easier. And then we would also collect feedback with a survey, an online survey that we would have a way that, you could have a sign at the site so that people would know, like, this is a test. You can give us feedback on your experiences, pros and cons with the design and with the diversion generally. So those would be the main things that we're looking at with a quick trial of this, but we're open to other information that we could collect as well.
Yeah, that's great. I just couldn't quite imagine how to measure it. So thank you for that. And I'm glad that there's a subjective measure from users too.
Thanks. Other comments or questions? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
It's really interesting to hear your comments, especially Pepe about why don't we test it? We have more information about other, ways of doing that are more traditional diverters. So that sort of intrigues me. But what I worry about is winter and snow. As the alder, when the street's cleared, but the bike lane isn't cleared, and staff and the alder and the neighborhood listserv like, how come people don't clear the street for the bikes? So that's in my head as the alder. Like, how do we, what systems are in place to take this to do the cleaning, this little piece in the whole city, the only little piece like this, and I worry that it will get, lost. I think the test is interesting if we tested the other, the option 2, but I do have sort of underlying concerns about option 2 that the test won't show because it will be fall and late summer. So thank you. Either one, I'm sure will get people aware that, hey, something's changed. So all is good to try and test something. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. How long will you test? I'm sorry if I missed that.
Yeah, so our thought was at least for a month. Our thought was at least 2 weeks before the test that we would collect data and then test it for a month. And then have that data. So
So it wouldn't be tested when it was snowing out, likely. Although weather's a little less predictable, it seems these days. But
yeah, I cannot.
I would be hoping it wouldn't be snowing in September.
Right. I mean, it could snow. We don't know. Crazy days here. But the quick curb, we have tried leaving it out in the winter, but it pretty much just ruins the curb because it is not really that durable for a plow to try to come by it and not kind of eventually take it out. So we would take it down hopefully before it would snow, as long as it doesn't snow freakishly early.
Yeah. So I guess my follow-up to that would be, everybody's been talking about snow clearing. So this test wouldn't really accomplish that, would it?
It wouldn't, no. I mean, I feel fairly confident to say that pass through for the bikes it's not going to get cleared at the exact same time. As, right? Like, it's not going to be synced up perfectly. We have lots of, say, pedestrian islands and things that do get cleared. They're on routes, but they're not synced up perfectly with when a truck is going to come through and plow the street. So it is definitely, a downside to this design when there is snow.
Yeah. I'll just say that I'm intrigued by the new possibility, the new option, something that we haven't tried before. And that's something that, Safe Streets Madison, we talked about that a lot. What new ways can we consider doing things, and how can we be more cost effective and more innovative in what we do? So I don't know what other people think. I've heard people talking about both options as being good. I think it'd be interesting to try something new and see how it works, but what are other people's thoughts? Bill?
Yeah, I kind of like to see how option 2 works. Same concern about plowing, but I think it's going to work better than option 1 as far as diverting traffic and having fewer violators. But that's just my guess. That's why it's worthwhile to do the experiment.
Okay.
And I would just add, obviously we're not building this out of concrete. We're going to test it with quick curve. So, you guys would have a chance to think about it as well, right? If we decided to move forward with testing option 2, there's still more opportunity to think about it. I can try to collect some more information on the timing that Streets and Parks has, right? It's not going to be perfect, but to talk to them about how big of a difference do they think there would be before we built anything in concrete.
Okay.
And I guess another thing that, this idea kind of came from Milwaukee, because Milwaukee did a presentation where they kind of showed that, they started doing these to, because of the cost effectiveness. So, it is a similar climate. So, we can also reach out to them and get some feedback on how, how well they're able to clean it and how that all works. So, just a little background as to where this, I guess was inspired from.
Sure. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I sat in on that same presentation from City of Milwaukee that Sean is talking about, and it's available. It's now on ITE's website. But they're doing more things with asphalt than concrete now, so at a much lower cost, including speed humps. So I think they're doing a lot more with asphalt. And yes, asphalt will not last the same as concrete, but it certainly will last longer than quick curve. So I think maybe it might be worth experimenting with just asphalt. See what our life is like with asphalt versus concrete for these kinds of applications, for making islands.
Interesting. Other comments? Anybody opposed to trying option 2 to see how it works? And you'll come back and let us know?
Yep, for sure. We'll be coming back once the test is complete and bringing you back more information so that we can finalize if this is something that makes sense to move forward with. And if so, if this option 2 seems like the way we want to go, and we can bring back some more information on the winter kind of plan and how it would work.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks,
Any other
everyone.
comments? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say thank you for the input. I mean, I think it's been a good discussion.
Thanks. Anything else for Renee and Sean? Okay. Thanks. Great. Item 9 is, Sean, can you take down your screen, please? Thank you. Alder Bennett?
Yes, oh, can you hear me? Sorry. I know I missed the vote for agenda items 6 and 7. I stepped away for a minute. I just would like to be recorded as voting yes on those items.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you get that, Aiden?
Yep, I did. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Alder. Item 9 is the update from the appeal subcommittee. We received an appeal from Daniel Barron of a denial for a provisional taxi license. Denise and Bill joined me on the appeal subcommittee, and we held a hearing on Monday. And while the subcommittee appreciated Daniel's willingness to change, we found that it was too soon since the last conviction, which had caused the denial, to agree to overturn the denial at this time. He was last convicted of disorderly conduct in 2023. So we felt that that was just too short of a time period. And there were 2 other incidents in 2019, 2016. So we felt like more time was needed before we could feel comfortable putting him in a taxi. So we did not overturn the denial at this time. Does anybody have any questions for us? Okay, thanks. Item 10 is reports from members who are on other BCCs. Does anybody have anything for us tonight? Robbie?
The Joint Campus Area Committee met last week, and they are still studying options for improving the pedestrian and bicycle facilities around the Limnology building, because it is a choke point. We've talked about that before. So they're still looking at it. And there was an article in the paper, I think today, about how nobody's really sure how the study of the Lakeshore Path, whether it should be lit and paved, was, nobody's really sure how that ended up being studied, but there will be more public meetings in the fall. So that's just the report from the Joint Campus Area Committee.
Okay, it's of great interest to a lot of people, so thanks. Other comments from other committees? No? Okay. In terms of general announcements, as I mentioned, Nikki Vandermeulen chose to step back from TC, so we do have 1 vacant position at this time, and Bill and Harold's terms were automatically extended out to September 30th. Under MGO 3301. So more to follow on that. Other than that, I did not have any other announcements. Did staff have any other announcements? Okay. All right. In terms of future agenda items, at this point, I'm not aware of a lot that we have that would need to be dealt with at an August meeting. So we'll waiting to see if there's any referrals from the council or what folks might have. So we have an agenda meeting on Monday. We do have quite a bit on the agenda for the 2 September meetings. So we'll keep you posted on that. I did send out tips for navigating Legistar in an email, because that seemed like the best way to deal with it, since it's a video and a document that you can review yourself. Anybody have any future agenda topics that aren't on our list already that you might want to add? No? Okay, then we need a motion to adjourn. Robbie?
Move adjournment.
Okay. Alder Harrington McKinney, that's a second. Alder Martinez Rutherford, you are tied. Okay. I'm assuming unanimous consent vote, and thanks again for all the great discussion and great listening tonight. So thanks, everybody.
Good night.